Change in bowling. Sagar Jakal comes into the attack. Sweep shot attempted from Shreyas. Did well to get connect to it. Race towards the boundary, towards fine leg. No chance whatsoever there for the fielder. 4 runs again.
Yeah,
boundary of the first ball.
Sagar just trying to put that extra came wide of the crease, drifted down the leg and just guided away. There was a short fine leg in place, but just defied him. This fast outfield.
Absolutely, it was like welcome to the attack from Shreyas Mova. Moves on to 35, playing very sensibly here. He hasn't tried to do anything fancy so far. Oh, nice ball. That cut shot has always been a challenge for any batter in any form of the game, though in any format as well. You know, like you have to be very precise with your timing and the rotation of the bat.
Yeah, with the low bounce in this wicket, not an easy shot to execute. That one he tried to pull it. Shreyas was just short, couldn't connect it.
Yeah, he was in perfect position to play the shot, especially on this occasion. What went wrong was, as you were telling, the ball didn't bounce as much as the batsman would have liked. So Sagar, after going for that boundary, has come back really well. Raised questions for the batter.
Trying to steal a short single. Vivek doing a good job.
Sagar is the kind of bowler who becomes really attacking when he gets wicket in regular intervals. But today he has bowled very sensibly, varied his pace beautifully, offered the flighted deliveries, invited the batter to play their shots. Sensible batting here from Shreyas as well.
He's a good reader of the game, Sagar Dakal. He likes challenges from aggressive batters. Been around the domestic circuit for a while, so he's trying to get through that national team squad. It's not going to be easy with Lalit Rajbangshi, Surya Tamang and others in the squad, but he has his opportunity here to prove himself. It's 39 overs done, Canada 177 for 6.
So spin continuing from both ends. Apart from that 1 over from Rizwan Dakal, we haven't seen much of the pace attack or medium pace bowling. Lots of spin. Captain Jora relying on the premier attack, premier weapon that Nepal have. Their spinners, especially the left arm one. Sahab Alam continuing beautifully ball delivery. Ball in that 4th stump line. Just a hint of turn for him. Well, it's not getting that easier for the batters in the middle.
Yeah, this pitch certainly favoring the slower bowlers. You can see most of the bowlers being used are the slower ones. 3-4 spinners there in the squad. Shahab Alam, Bashir, Sagar and Sher Mullah doing a fantastic job.
And you were talking about the spinners in the national side. Lalit Rajbangshi has been doing a fine job for his team. Captain Rohit Paudel, he has been bowling really well with those off spinners. In the last game, we saw Kushal Virtel coming in action. Though he's a part-time bowler, snatched 4 wickets. You know, so there are lots of all-rounders. Kushal Mullah is there with his left arm, slower deliveries. So the spin department in Nepal is flourishing. It's great to see these youngsters knocking in the door of national sides, and it's always a bit of there you go, big uphill. Umpire is unmoved. They must have heard something out there, Sarath.
Yeah, almost. Arjun was pretty confident there. Almost reached the umpire halfway the wicket, appealing for that catch. Straight away went for it, asking questions, but unmoved the umpire.
There must have been some noise that might have encouraged, maybe the bat hitting the ground might be the possibility.
He's doing a fine job, Arjun Kumal. I've never seen him keeping before, but he's doing the job for his team.
Yeah, it just came from under 19. You know, a very great prospect for Nepalese cricket. a great future. Dave Khanal, you know, the captain of under-19, he's in the national side straight away. So, like, yeah, we were talking about the spin department. So there are so many players who are knocking in the door, and it's always a pressure for the players who are playing in there as well. You know, the players with the likings of Lalit Rajbanshi will be looking outside and seeing, oh, there are a queue of spinners heading to the national side.
Absolutely, that's a good pressure to have for the national team. It's 40 overs done. I'll take a break. It will be Ayush joining back the commentary box. 178 for 6.
Okay, by the end of that over, my friend Sarad is taking a short break and is now I have got this young, handsome looking gentleman Ayush in the com box with me. Ayush, welcome back. So Nepal on top at the moment, taking those 6 very important wickets, 2 quick wickets in succession. The captain's back in the pavilion, the last set pair of batsmen for Canada. Things are looking really interesting with 10 overs to go.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Kiran. Nepal have came back in the game strongly now. At one point of time, Canada were taking that momentum, but spin to win. The tactics has worked for Nepal.
As always, we must add that. So it will be very interesting to see if, like, when these 3 spinners are done with their spells, you know, because we have to go back to the pace attack and region. Along with Rashid will be, I hope, finishing the proceedings for Nepal. So it will be very interesting to see how Canadian batters will approach them.
Well, absolutely. We saw 3 left-arm spinners being used in the first game today. Sher Mullah was brought into the side. The team knew they need one off spinner at the moment. In the first game, we saw Sandeep Johra taking that responsibility with that off spin. Today they have brought in Sher Mullah. All the spinners in the side, this time trying to go for that big shot. Nikhil Datta
completely got beaten. Inside edge of the bat is what saved him. Ball raced towards the boundary for 4, but Sagar will not be disappointed because that's a very encouraging sign for any spin bowler, batsman trying to hit you over the top. That's what he did. He tossed the delivery off, a bit of flight in the air, invited the batsman to play the shot, and he nearly fell into the trap.
Well, absolutely. He was targeting those stumps. Nikhil Datta, the short selection was right. The ball coming in towards him with that angle, trying to go over that mid-wicket region. Did not get that connection, but we would be happy with the results.
Well, not exactly. If I were a batter, like, you know, getting the boundary of that delivery, I'll go like, I'm not going to hit another boundary on this bowler because that is not going to boost up your confidence. And the good thing what happened to Nikhil here is he just ran for a quick single. It's always better when a bowler is attacking you and you're not finding your answers. Just hit it for a single, sit on the other side and enjoy the game.
Well, the non-striker end said to be the best end a batsman you want to be in. You can settle down out there.
Absolutely, and when you are not very comfortable against a particular bowler.
Today, credit needs to be given to Shreyas Moba. The way he's holding one end of the innings, he had a brilliant partnership with Navneet. Navneet was looking fabulous in this tournament so far in the first game as well. Got that player of the match. He's taking that innings forward. Today, he needed to be there in the crease. Shreyas Moba, when he came early, was just taking some time, giving that partnership to Navneet Alwal. After Navneet went back, Shreyas taking that responsibility, guiding that Canadian innings. The team would definitely want Shreyas Moba to play till the last over.
Yeah, these 2 batters have to push the game as far as possible towards the death overs because there's not much of a known batting pair in there. I'm very sure there are batters who will go like blistering, will go for blistering shots over the top. So in the meantime, that's the end of 41st over with 9 overs to go. Canada are 184 for 6. So there is a bit of delay in the game as the batters change the gloves. So very wide open field set from Captain Sandeep Johra. He got rid of that slip which he had earlier for Sher Mullah into his into his ninth over, I guess, is he?
I guess this is the last over for
Sher Mullah.
This is a good approach as well, Kiran, from the end that the batsman is batting at the moment. They have got the long boundaries in the leg side, and if you look at the field position as well, there's a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a fine leg out there.
Yeah, the field is specifically set for Nikhil Datta because Sandeep Johra knows his strength, how he loves to go over the top and hit those big shots. And well, Sandeep has accepted the offer from the batter, so a very scattered field, I'd say. So singles, if they want to take, looks very easy, lots of gap, especially on the onside. There's no fielder protecting that single, as you can just see, easily played towards the point region for a single. So Sandeep is okay to risk those ones and twos, but doesn't want to get the batter set and go for those big shots.
Well, this could be a good opportunity for Canada as well. They could just rotate the strike till the 45th over, target one of the bowler to go after that.
That's a problem with the widespread field. The singles become easily available for batters. And if I were a bowler, I'd hate to see batters rotating this strike after every single delivery, because I know that will set their momentum, and then when the eyesight sets, it's pretty easy. It becomes a lot easier for the batters to open the arms.
Once again, changing the field. There is no fielder protecting the leg side in the 30-yard circle. You can just see her third man out there.
So as you can see, every single time Shreyas is batting, the field comes up trying to stop that single, and when Nikhil is batting, it's getting sprayed on. So Sandeep Johra must have got some plan in his mind and must have communicated with Sher Mullah as well. So because Nikhil Datta is a kind of a batter, as we have seen, Ayush, who cannot resist himself for a long period of time.
Absolutely, he can go for that big shot. He has got that height, that good range to target those spinners this time, offering some room around that fourth stump. So he could just target that middle and leg stump, give some air to the ball, slower through the air, attempt Nikhil to just play those big slog sweep around the deep mid wicket region. So you have got a long boundary out there.
Exactly, Sher Mullah is trying to tempt Datta here, just inviting him, please go for the big shot, and are hoping that they can trap him. Well, he's struggling. He's not getting his timing right as much as he would have liked. So that concludes ninth over for Sher Mullah. Conceded a 35, taken 2 wickets. After 42, Canada are 188 for 6. So Shahab Alam is back into the attack for his final over. Done a great job for his side. Conceded 35 runs, taken 2 very important wickets, and still the very wide set field in the leg side. Easy single for Shreyas. So that will bring Nikhil Datta into the attack. It will be interesting to see how Nikhil will approach Shahab, because he is a kind of bowler who will invite the batter to play those big shots.
Absolutely, he has got that high-arm action. Shahab Alam loves giving that air in the ball, and this could be an opportunity for Nikhil Datta to go for that big shot as well. You got the shorter boundary in the leg side.
There you go, as we're just saying, open the face, got into the trap, Wicket falls for Nepal. Nikhil Datta falls in the trap that Shahab was setting. We were just talking about that. Let's have a look at that. Gone for a big slog into the leg side. There was fielder in the deep mid wicket, very deep indeed. A nice catch under the throat. Wicket perishes.
Well, the plan has worked for Shahab Alam, coming in from the road and tempting Nikhil to just play those short, offering that room. So fielder out there in the wide long boundaries, and he was just trying to go for the ball away from the body, going for that big shot. Well, you'll not be happy with himself.
Probably Nikhil Datta, he didn't read what Nepal were trying to do against him. He fell into the trap, very disappointed, slowly walking back to the pavilion. Now another batter who can hit big shots is in the middle. In the meantime, Canada are 189 for 7. So Dylan Haylar is on strike thanks to that beautifully disguised delivery from Shahab Alam. Has taken 3 indeed, considering just 36 runs. Now it will be interesting to see how Dylan faces him, because he also is a kind of batter who will go for his shots.
Well, absolutely. He's a kind of batter who believes in his strength more than technique. He has got that good bottom hand coming into play. A big man, he could just go for that big boundaries, but he would definitely take some time in the middle. As we're talking about, Canada could just hold on. Dylan needs to stay there, give support to Shreyas Moga. They could just rotate the strike because they're a wide open field till the 45th over. After that, you could target the ball and go for that big score.
Yes, not get intimidated by the flighted deliveries that Nepalese bowlers are going to offer, especially to Dylan, because they have to push the game as far as possible. Shreyas is playing beautifully on 45 of 60 deliveries, so there has to be a batter on the other side who could be with him till the end. I'm talking about Nepalese bowling. The power play went all the way in Canada's favor. After that, when the spinners came, well, the tide has turned Nepal's way. 190 is the score for the loss of 7 wickets, and all those 7 wickets have come from spinners.
Well, this time the spinners doing their job. They knew if you could just be slower through the air, give that loop in the ball, they are getting those turns, and you could see left arm spinners creating that angle against the right-handed batsman to just bring the ball back in.
The breeze is getting stronger in the ground, so at the moment, if the batsman would like to hit the ball towards the leg side, the wind will be pushing the delivery, so it will be an added advantage for the batter. So the beauty for Shahab is he's not offering that line for batter to free their arms. Completes his spell, an excellent spell, a much needed spell for Nepal. 10 overs, 38 runs, 3 wickets. Take a bow. Shahab Alam, a great bowling indeed. So after 43, Canada are struggling at 191 for 7. Look, they started beautifully with Aaron Johnson and his opening pair Srimanth, and after that it's been mostly apart from that one partnership in the middle with Shreyas, and in form Navneet, it's all been Nepal all over the game after that. So for the 44th over, there's been bowling changes. I think Bashir has come back into the attack, is he? So look at that partnership. Aaron Johnson and Srimanth has got partnership at 64, and then there was 66 run partnership between Navneet and Shreyas, who is playing on 43 at the moment with that single. Asher Mullah is into the attack with his final over. This conceded 35 has done a fine job for his side, taken 2 wickets. On the other hand, Shreyas is fighting bravely all by himself. Hasn't been much of the support from the batter from the other end after the fall of Navneet. So will be interesting to see how Dylan supports the informed, in-set batsman.
Dylan can take some time. Not want to go over the leg side. Reason you've got a long boundary out there. You'll be playing those shots against the wind. So that could be a problem for Dylan Helliger at the moment. But there's a wide field open. You could just punch the ball down mid-on reason and take those strike.
Ooh, that would have been closer if he'd have hit the stump. He was miles away from that stump. Well off targeted through, I must say, from the fielder over there. Easy single. So talking about a Canadian team, they have got potential. They never give up. That's the beauty of the game. Because of course the coach Pudubu, who has done a fine job for Nepal as well, is the coach of Canada. And he knows Nepal's side pretty well, I guess. The temperament, the desire, the fight, you know, the never giving up instinct. He's very much aware about the gameplay and the mindset of Nepalese players.
Well, absolutely, Kiran. We have seen in the one-day international against Canada as well in the first match against Nepal. He was having those plans against each and every individual. He knows Nepali cricket pretty well. So that has been an advantage for Canada side, but they have not been able to utilize the start that they have got, the plans that they have been trying to work out. They're having a hard time in Canada. They're not getting those match practices. There was snow all around. They were just playing those indoors, and now coming to Nepal for the first time, playing in Nepal in TU cricket ground in Mulpani. They would be happy with this series, as this would be a beautiful preparation series before moving on to the League 2 cycle, facing the strong side UAE and Scotland in UAE itself.
Yeah, it's a great exposure for Canadian players coming into Nepal, you know, especially when they were playing in TU in front of 15,000-16,000 crowd cheering for Nepal, playing under the pressure. A great experience indeed. With that, Sierramala concludes his 10-over, conceded 39 runs and has taken 2 wickets. With 6 overs to go in this innings, Canada are 195 for 7. So Reason Dakal brought back into the attack, still looking for that first wicket. He got an opportunity for caught behind by himself in his follow through, but I would consider that was 30% of the chance. It's never too easy. Apart from that, he was able to generate one ball in the air, but the fielder couldn't grab it, couldn't capitalize onto the occasion. Apart from that, Reason has not lived up to his mark. He's a fantastic youngster, balls with full heart, beautifully ball delivery on that occasion. So he is changing his game plan towards the end.
Absolutely, those slower balls. We just saw one slower ball to Dylan Hellinger. Well, Reason could have that option to just come around the wicket, create that angle. The wind is just flowing towards Dylan Hellinger. If you come from that end, you could just bring the ball back towards him.
Yeah, and he has to be very mindful not to pitch the ball fuller to the batter, because Dylan is a kind of batter who loves to go slog, cross the line, play those big shot, and with the wind it will be easy picking. As you can just see, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Make room for himself, go for that wild big swing over the top for maximum.
Well, the field has been placed in a similar kind of way to just tempt Dylan Hellinger to play those shots. You can see a deep square leg out there, a bit fine and long on fielder. So only 2 fielder outside the 30-yard circle in the leg side. You can see a short mid wicket being placed in. Reason going with those cross seam deliveries at the end.
Dances down the wicket. couldn't time it the way he would have liked at all. Has to settle for a single. So he is showing his intentions clear, Ayush.
Absolutely. This is what Dylan can do at the moment. Just rotate the strike and give it to Shreyas Mova, who is looking in a fine form today, looking confident. A good opportunity for Shreyas Mova to perform in this tournament before moving on to the League 2 cycle. He has not had that good run. Nepal so far has got that start, has not been able to capitalize it, be it in the ODI series against the senior side or in the first game as well. This time offered some room, just placed it towards the third man.
Has to settle for a single. So one thing very important in here is Canada to post a decent total, because batting will be a lot easier in the second innings, as we have seen in Mulpani from a long time. The piece dries out and it becomes absolute batsman's paradise to bat in the second innings. So these two batters has got a lot of responsibility to push that scorecard, at least get that to close to 250 mark as much as they can. Even 230 will be a respectable total, and the bowlers will have something to defend.
Absolutely. It's batting looks so easy in the second innings of the day. You've got that sun out, there's no moisture in the pitch, no moisture in the air. It would not be much of a thing for the spinners or the medium pacer. But one thing about Canadian bowling unit is they have come up with a plan. They're targeting the Nepalese batter with those short balls. We've seen in the first game as well, Dylan Herlinger going for those short deliveries, tempting the batsman to play those pull shots.
Rizwan Jakal has already conceded 4 runs in this over with one extra wide delivery. So this will be the last ball of his over. Didn't offer any room for the batter to free the arms. Has to settle for a single. End of the over, number 45. Shreyas Mova will keep the strike. Canada are 200 up for 7. So pace attack from the both ends. Rashid Khan is coming from the other end, and Shreyas will be facing him just 4 runs shy of his 50 runs. Half century will be, what an innings he has played so far. Absolutely, he deserves that half century. And there's another pressure of getting the scoreboard ticking as well for Shreyas. So he'll be facing Rashid Khan. Played it with very soft hands. A kind of check pull shot, I must say. Settles for a single.
Well, that's a good thinking by Shreyas Mova as well, because you got 2 failures. You can expect those short balls from Rashid Khan. He's got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket out there in the longer boundary, longer side. Has to play those shots against the wind. So just played it with soft hand, not putting too much of effort out there. And this could be a good opportunity we're talking about for Shreyas Mova. He was close to his half century, the first half century in ODI cricket when he played the senior side in TU cricket ground, scored at 40. But today, coming to play with the Nepal A side, what a brilliant innings it has been for Shreyas Mova today. A matured innings, we could call it, Kiran.
Absolutely, a matured innings, and I must say it's a very responsible innings as well, considering the fact in the state there are teams where he played beautifully. Most of his shots were along the ground. He didn't try to hit it over the top or do anything fancy. Just kept on rotating the strike, took his time, and thanks to his inning, Canada have gone past 200 runs. It was in his arc. He goes wild. Settles for a single.
Well, the plan is clear from Rashid Khan with the field set. They would tempt batsmen to play those pull shots. Shreyas would just hold there. The Canadian team management would want Shreyas Mova to play till the last ball of the first innings.
Yeah, and the attempt at pull shots won't be easy from this end, as they have to hit the ball against very strong wind that's in the middle. Mind you, the wind is very strong. It was a gentle breeze converted into wind. So a very clever thought pattern there from Rashid Khan. He's up, pitching the ball really short, inviting for that shot. Even in the last occasion, Shreyas just played the check shot, because if he would have gone for the full-fledged shot, there are two fielders protecting those boundaries. So it's not going to get easy. Very tricky situation for Canada.
Well, it's the 46th over now. Canada would definitely want to target one of the bowler, whether it would be Rashid Khan from one end or Rizan Dhakal coming in from the road end. I think Rizan Dhakal coming in from the road end would be a target for both the batsmen of Shreyas Moga and Hellinger, with the wind coming in, with the wind helping them to go over the leg side region. There's a shorter boundary in that side. Two right-handed batsmen.
Well, saying that now, Canada has to cut loose from here, one of the batters, and I believe Dillon has to take the responsibility. As I just said, played it up in the air. The ball was in the air for a long time, landed in no man's land. There was no timing whatsoever in this shot. But look, first shoot favors the brave, got 2 runs.
Well, it's not in any balance to play that shot.
So that's the end of 46th over. Canada are 205 for 7. Rizan Dhakal with his 8th over. Shreyas Moga facing him. Ball crossed the line. Natural movement. And there was no chance for a batter to get any score. So Canadian team are in dire need of runs, and it's not looking very promising for them at the moment. So Shreyas is on strike. Rizan Dhakal with the second delivery of 47th over, way outside the off stump. Wide signaled in between the batters, run for a quick single. A very good running between the wicket. A good call, I must say, from Dillon there. Nepal is trying to restrict Canada for as less runs as possible, but giving away those extra runs are not going to help the cause. Rizan Dhakal has to be very cautious. Here the crowds are building up slowly in Mulpani Cricket Stadium. They are hooting and cheering for their national side playing against Canada. So here is Dillon, will be facing Rizan Dhakal. Ball outside the off stump again. Well, I was telling from the beginning, Rizan hasn't been able to find his rhythm today. Consecutive wide balls. Well, he has to control his line and length rather than focusing on pace. He should be focusing on getting those balls in the right areas.
Well, Rizan Dhakal, a thinking cricketer, has had a good run in the Prime Minister's Cup. Was picked for the senior side, made his debut, the ODI debut into cricket ground. After that, the part of the team here. This time, good thinking out there. Oh, a bit of miscommunication. Not really be safe. Just looking for that single. Shreyas wants to be in the strike. Team management and both the batters would want Shreyas Moga to play maximum of the deliveries, because he's the set man out there. He's understood the pitch. We have seen Shreyas Moga trying to attack Rizan Dhakal. So I guess that is the reason why Shreyas is wanting to come back into the strike.
So talking about Rizan Dhakal, he has to get his rhythm back, not offer any width. At the same time, he has to control the extras that he has been giving. In line there in the arc, goes hard, didn't time it at all. There's protection in mid long off. Rizan just for a single. That brings Shreyas Mova on strike, who is batting on 48 of 69 deliveries, just 2 runs shy of his first 50 here in Nepal.
Well, absolutely, this would be a confidence booster for Shreyas Mova as we are talking about Canadian side. Before moving on to the League 2 cycle, you could just see the stance of Shreyas Mova. Is standing deep in the crease, both the feet inside the crease, expecting for that shorter deliveries or time. A bit of an unorthodox shot there, just trying to disbalance Rizen driven. 2 is the call. A bit of risky call.
Comes back for 2, and here he goes, Shreyas Mova, his maiden 50 in Nepal. A very well disguised inning from this youngster, a responsible inning, and an inning he will remember for a long time, because he is the one who has helped Canada to move towards that respectable total. Faced 70 deliveries, just smashed 3 fours. It was all about rotating the strike from this youngster. Well played, young man.
Well, a brilliant innings for this young man, Shreyas Mova. His ODI debut in Nepal, scoring that half century before moving on to the League 2 cycle. The first player from the Pvt province to be selected in Canada after a long period of time, and coming into Nepal, making that half century. Was near to that 50 mark in the second one-day international against the senior side in TU, but missed it. This would perfectly be good batting from Shreyas Mova and a confidence regainer. And this has been a brilliant series for Canada so far. The players are coming back in form. They're not having that good run in TU cricket ground, but we have seen various changes being up with the batting lineups and all. They're just trying to find those right combination. Dylan this time trying to go for that wild swing.
Way outside off stump, wide signalled by the umpire. That's been the problem of Rizen in the run of not giving away any room to the batter. He has gone too wide off the off stump and has already conceded 3 wide balls in this over. So it's been a long over. Already 8 deliveries has been bowled. Rizen just need to calm himself down a bit. There he goes over the bowler's head for a magnificent 6 runs. That's what Rizen was afraid of. The batter will go free his arms. Dylan has opened his arms finally. So Canada are looking for a blistering finish, Ayush.
Well, absolutely. Just 3 overs to go. They want to go over the good score to give something for their bowlers to come in. Brilliant partnership moving forward. 30 runs partnership in 28 deliveries. That shot from Dylan Heilinger was pitched in range. And look at that bottom hand coming into play. Look at that reach. Look at that balance of Dylan. Straight over the bowler's head. The safest place to go.
As soon as that ball was pitched, it was asking for trouble. It was in Dylan's arc. That's what we have been talking about from a long time. Don't offer that overpitched deliveries to Dylan, because he's a tall giant batter who could go over the top. He has got plenty of power in his wrist as well. Now, after completing his 50 runs, Shreyas will be opening his arms as well. So it will be a very interesting finish. Ayush.
Absolutely. Shreyas trying something different out there. He needs to be there till the 50th over if they want to move on to a good score. Shan was talking about bowlers not wanting to pitch the ball in the arc of Dylan, because we know Dylan has got that good bottom hand coming into play. If the ball is in his arc, it will go out of the park.
Yeah, when Dylan is in strike, forget the technique, look at the power. That's what his reputation has been. He loves to go over the top, and he has got that physique to do as well. Let's have a look at that. Pulled in the air, landed in no man's land. There is protection. The batters have to settle for a single.
Also good thinking by Rashid Khan as well. He has got those cutters. You could just see in the previous delivery, was going for those off cutters, not offering that pace to Dylan. The variation would be handy at this point of time. Bowling to Shreyas and Dylan Heilinger.
After his 50, it's been seen that Shreyas has been moving a lot in the crease when the bowler is just about to deliver the ball. As you can see, that premeditated shot over the keeper's head, runs to the boundary, one of the safest shot, and why not? Somebody who has already batted out for so long has scored 50. Beautifully disguised shot, as you can see, premeditated, as you can see. Rashid should have pulled the ball just a bit shorter just to avoid that particular shot. But nevertheless, a very well executed, disguised 4 runs from Shreyas.
Well, a brilliant thinking there by Shreyas Moba. It was premeditated shot. You could just see in the field out there was third man inside the circle. There was backward point. He was expecting the delivery out around that 4th stump, 5th stump this time. Going for that slower ball. Well, they're looking for 2 and they would easily get those 2 runs. Good thinking from Shreyas. You have just scored a boundary in the previous delivery. You could just keep that scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, the fielders are set up in the boundary line to save those 4s and 6s. In the meantime, what he did right here, Ayush, was he waited for the ball, let the ball come to his body, played it very softly, just placed it towards the leg side, and it was a long run from the fielder from the boundary. Oh, nice shot. Completely exquisite timing there.
Absolutely, we're just trying to place the ball. There's a fielder out there. Runs have came with this over. Nine runs so far. Well, this Canada will be happy with this over. Last delivery to go. They'll be definitely expecting to go after this over from the end where the boundaries would be shorter and playing with the wind through that leg side reason.
The ball's in the air. Topaz, fielder is under it. Easily taken. That ends the quick storm from Dylan. Well, that's what he was sent in for, to go for this big shot. That this time around the ball was pitched a bit short, as you can see. Banged in short. He tried to smash it. Completely mistimed it. Topaz in the air. Easy catch. Falls the wicket. Come back to the pavilion. Dylan is disappointed with himself. Is dismissed by Rashid Khan.
Well, Dunon would not be happy with himself. Rashid just banging that deck pretty hard. Was away from his body. Dylan just trying to play that shot. Not get that connection. Yes, he's not happy with himself. Shreyas Moba still there in the crease. Well, he needs to be there in the crease till the last delivery of this innings. New batsman in, and the plan needs to be clear from Syed Ahmad Jai as well. To get Shreyas Moba face maximum number of the delivery, just 12 deliveries to go. Reason, you could see some crossing deliveries coming up. You'd also go with those cutters and various variations out there. It's bowling for them from that risky end as well. When the boundaries are shorter, the batsman would definitely want to go after him with the wind just blowing towards that leg side reason.
So here is Reason Takal for his final over of the game. He will not be completing his quota of 10 overs. He will be finishing with 9. Just a single of the first delivery from Reason Takal. So Shreyas gets off to the non-strikers and Sahid is on strike, the left-handed batter. I'm very sure they'll be going for the slogs now, Ayush.
Well, absolutely. They need to go after one of the bowlers. They need to go after every delivery that is left, but they need to be sensible at the moment as well, because they just have 2 wickets in hand. They need to settle down in the middle to keep that scoreboard ticking, because they would want to go over 230, 235. If they could just target some of the loose delivery, they could still go over the 240 run mark, and it would be a great thing for the Canadian side coming back to defend, because it's easy batting wicket in the second innings.
Exactly, and if they get to that 240 mark, it will be a great mental advantage for Canada as well, the psychological advantage from the state they were in. In the meantime, Syed Ahmad Jai was trying to go for that big shot. The substitute fielder did pretty good there, stopped up for a single, a diving effort. That brings Shreyas Moba playing on 60 of 76 deliveries. He is looking dangerous, playing all those disguised shots. You know, he's not trying to go for that slog still. a very technically sound batter with a great temperament.
Well, we need to give credit to Rizan Dagal as well. The way he had balled those 2 balls, coming up with the plan. And the second delivery, just going for that bouncer to the left-handed batsman. This time once again trying to go for that unorthodox shot.
He's trying to play a lot of disguised shots. Failed on that occasion. Rizan saw him just changing his batting position, threw the ball just way outside the off stump. There was no chance he was going to connect to it. Very clever. So if the batter is clever, the bowler is playing the same game as well. With 3 deliveries left in this over, Canada are standing at 230 for 8. Shreyas Mova batting on 60, facing Rizan Dagal.
This time, he was just moving around, shuffling around that off-stump. Rizan saw that. He was just going for that wide Yorker deliveries. The straighted arm of the umpire comes up. Another wide delivery this time.
So in the last over, he conceded 3 wides. He has to control it. Yes, he needs to bowl a bit wider, but not that wide. That umpire has to open his arms in every over. So 3 deliveries still are remaining, the legal ones, I must say. Ayush.
This time, hit around the cover. Rizan, there's a fielder out there. Just be happy with those 2 runs. Good thinking out there as well. But Rizan has been bowling pretty well in this over. If you look at it, he has been varying his line and length. He has not been that predictable so far. But the plan can be simple for Rizan Dagal as well. As we can see, Shreyas Mova just shuffling around that off-stump region. He could just target those pads. You've got 2 fielders out there, 3 fielders out there in the leg side. In the shorter boundaries is deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long on.
So he just danced down the wicket and smashed that ball for a couple. Let's see what's on the plan. Dances down the ground again. Couldn't time it at all because the ball was way away from his reach. Has to settle for a single. So after that wide, great comeback from Rizan. Just conceded 6 runs, including that wide in his final over of Canadian batting innings with 1 delivery to go. He'd love to finish with a wicket, I guess.
Shahid Ahmad needs to hold his nerves now because Shreyas Mova is in the non-striker and they would want Shreyas Mova to face the last over. Change in field?
Well, I feel the other way around. It's the last ball of 49th over. Go for it! He just tried to do that, completely missed it. There was no confidence in that shot. That was a nothing shot. That concludes the spell of Rizan Dagal. 9 overs, 61 without loss. So with 1 over to go, Canada are 234 for 8.
So it's Rashid Khan. Ball this last over. Shreyas Mova, the set man in strike. There's deep mid wicket out there, long on, long off, deep covers, and a fine leg. This time, a brilliant use of mind from Shreyas Mova, just using the pace of the ball.
There was fielder protecting that particular shot, but had got no chance. He played it really late and really fine towards the fine leg region. There was a man in catching position for that specific shot. Was just a spectator. The ball raised towards the boundary. A magnificent start of the 50th over for Canada.
Well, just look at his presence of mind out there, just using the pace of the ball. There was a short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. This time, short fine leg. Bringing back in, not much in a balance, Shreyas, this time.
That was a slower bouncer. He was committed to the shot way too early, couldn't time it at all. Has to settle for a single.
Just went outside the crease. Was expecting to go over the cover regions, but surprised him. Rashid surprised him. Those slower bouncer. Just 4 deliveries to go. Sahid Ahmed Jai, the lower order batsman, would be facing Rashid Khan. Well, yes, there would be a conversation between these two batters at the moment. Shreyas would definitely want to be in the strike, but there's an option as well. There's no mid-on, mid-off. You could just punch the ball, staying in the back foot, giving strike to Shreyas Moba at the moment.
Okay, if you were Shahid, what would you have done?
Well, I would just try to rotate the strike and give it to Shreyas Moba. Well, absolutely. This is what the Canadian side would also want. Shreyas Moba, the set man in, you have to just got 3 deliveries. But it would be interesting to see how Shreyas Moba will approach Rashid Khan in the last 3 deliveries, because Rashid has got those variations, those cutters pretty well. So he'll be definitely testing Shreyas with those cutters.
So around that 41st over we were talking about, 240 will be a great psychological advantage for Canada. Well, they have achieved it. So the chase will be really interesting with the wind blowing from one side. It will be a tricky batting for Nepal as well. So it's going to be a very interesting chase for Nepal. We still have got 4 deliveries to go in this 50th over. Short of lane delivery in the air, straight towards Bashir. It doesn't make any mistake. Finally, the wicket has fallen in the final over. And finally, a pacer has taken a wicket in this innings.
Look at that. Once again, a slower bouncer. He knew Rashid Khan, he knew Shreyas Moba would come down, dancing down the track. He saw that in the second delivery as well. Just feel the place there, Bashir. But what a brilliant innings, a matured innings comes to an end. Well played, Shreyas Moba.
Gone for 68 of 82 deliveries. But that stat doesn't justify how well this batter has batted today. Took his team to a commendable position from where they were at one point really struggling. Great batting. Standing ovation from the dressing room.
Well, this innings deserved it as well, Kiran. The maturity in his innings, the way he was rotating the strike, going after the loose deliveries, that maturity in the pitch, you could just see he was just playing according to the plan set. He knew he needs to be there in the crease, because at one point of time Nepal had all the momentum in their pocket. A brilliant partnership between Dylan and Shreyas at the end once again helped them go towards that total that we were talking about, around the 240 mark.
Talking about the maturity, Rashid Khan has shown a lot of maturity. He knew that the batsman had to go for the pull shot against the wind, and that was he was trying to do. Run out chance there, direct hit, and another wicket perishes. They were trying to steal a single. A very sensible Arjun Kumar there passes the ball to the bowler, hit the stump, and Canada are all out for 240 runs.
Well, you're just looking to rotate the strike, get that 1 run, but well, they are short of 2 deliveries. They could have just gone for the 2 deliveries, made some run on the board, but Canada would be happy with the total that they had got in this inning so far. Because at one point of time we were talking about the momentum that was in Nepal's side. They brought back that momentum, but the first innings, if you just sum up the first innings, you could just see it as a shift in momentum. A brilliant start from the Canada. After that, Nepal's bowler brought Nepal back into the game. Then a brilliant partnership.
As you can see, the batting scorecard, Aaron and Srimant started beautifully, and then it was Nepal all the way, 36 for Aaron, 41 for Srimant. Then it was cluster of wickets. Creighton fell. Navneet Dhaliwal played really well for his 46, but Hars didn't last for long. Then there was that partnership between Navneet and Shreyas that gave the momentum to the game, but not much towards the end.
Well, yes, this is the partnership that we were talking about. Aaron Johnson and Shamanta Wijeratne got that start to Canada, 64 runs partnership. After that, there was a small partnership, but they could not convert it. And after that, Navneet Dhaliwal and Shreyas Moba laid that foundation. And not to forget that small cameo at the end between Shreyas Moba and Dylan Heilinger, a 39-run partnership. Attacking partnership, we call it, helped them reach this total of 240.
Let's have the bowling attack. Have a look at the bowling attack of Nepal. Shahab Alam, no doubt, was the pick of the bowler, taking 3 wickets, conceding just 38 runs. Very well bowled by Sher Mullah with those 2 wickets for 39. Equally supported well by Rashid Khan with 2 wickets, 1 wicket each for Sagar Takal and Bashir Ahmad. Rizan Takal was the only bowler who didn't get any wickets and went for plenty, 6.78, 61 runs in his ninth over spell with 8 extras. So Nepal will be needing 241 runs in their chase.
Well, this is the first inning summary so far. Losing the toss and were invited to bat first in the early morning conditions. Canada, they batted pretty well. A brilliant partnership at the start between Aaron Johnson and Srimanta Wijeratne. After that, Nepal came back in the game strongly. Then Navneet Aliwal and Shreyas Mohba made that brilliant partnership, helping the team reach towards the total of 240. They lost all their wickets in 49.5 overs. So when we came back in the second innings, Nepal A would be chasing 241 to win this match and level the series so far.
So very good afternoon and welcome back to the start of the second innings. So Canada were bowled out for 240, just a ball left in the first inning. So Nepal team A will require 241 runs. They allotted 50 overs. So the batsmen walk in the second session. So it will be Mayan Yadav and Arjun Kumar. We're going to open the innings for Nepal A. Mayan, who plays for the Madhya province, had a good start in the first innings, scored 35 runs, and Arjun would like to come back in this game and put up a good display of his batting skills and score some runs for his team. As I welcome Kiran back for the second session. Hope you had a good lunch, Kiran.
Oh yeah, Sharad, that was much needed after going through with those 50 runs. Now Nepal will be hungry for those 241 runs as well. Back in the center, the two openers for Nepal. They've got a big responsibility to give a good start to their side. Remember, Nepal chasing 241 runs to be victorious. They're already one down against Canada in the first game. So this will be a very interesting chase with the wind blowing very strongly out in the middle from the end where the batter's batting. Hitting the ball on the leg side will be a bit tricky.
So it's going to be Mayan Yadav who's going to take strike. Just standing outside the crease to negate that swing early on with the new ball.
Mayan's had a decent PM Cup recently held in 3 different parts of the Nepal for the first time. It was here in Ulpani Ground, TU International Cricket Ground, along with the Siddhartha Cricket Stadium in Bhairawa. So Mayan was one of the highest scoring batters in that tournament. As a result, he is representing Nepal A here versus Canada 11, facing the first delivery.
A big shout and given. What a start for Team A. Canada 11.
Smashed right in front. Plum, he is very unhappy with the decision, but the finger goes up and Mayan Yadav has to return back to pavilion. A golden duck, a very sad start for Nepal. Loses their wicket in the very first delivery. Look at that.
Oh, that was pretty close. Was pitched up. Was given straight away. Was not happy there, Mayan.
Maybe he was thinking the ball was missing the leg stump, but it was just looked straightening up, so that must have done the trick. For the bowler, Khalid there taking the first wicket. Mayan Yadav goes for a golden duck. Nepal 0 runs and the first wicket perishes. Saramalla is back at number 3. So with the fall of the first wicket, Saramalla comes in strike at number 3. So Arjun Kumar is watching the drama unfold of the very first delivery. So chasing 241, Nepal started rather very poorly. The worst thing that could ever have happened to them. Lost the very first wicket in the very first delivery. Wrapped in the pad this time around as well, but drifting towards leg. Nepal has to be watchful. They don't need to get disappointed, but need to build up a partnership as Canada did. They had a flyer in the beginning, and then after the power play they started losing the wicket, but partnerships were building. In a couple of occasions they were plus 50. That's what Nepal needs to do, whereas Khalid started beautifully taking the wicket in the very first ball. Here is Saramalla.
Interesting decision to send up Saramalla, the left-hander, maybe wanting that left hand right hand combination going for Nepal.
Absolutely, that must have been the plan from the captain and the coach himself. So he's playing for the first time in the tournament, didn't play the first game, so it will be interesting to see how will he approach the batters. So the winds, of course, helping the bowler for his cause here. A tall guy has a really high arm action, decent pace. He gets that bounce of the pitch because of the height that he generates that uneven bounce. It's always hard as a batter to face these sort of bowler with tall heights, as we can see lots of bowlers from Pakistan, especially Mohammad Irfan, when he used to bowl, like, didn't have much of the pace, but the bounce that he used to get from the pitch was the key of success for him. So is the case with Khalid as well.
Yeah, wasn't Mohammad Irfan so tall? I got an opportunity to face him when we toured to Dubai and played against the Pakistan squad. That's
beautifully executed shot just for a single. So yeah, talking about Mohammad Irfan, I'd never have a photo with him when we two are standing. I'd rather take a photo when he's sitting and I'm standing, because that guy is really tall.
Yeah, isn't he? Like, he must be around 7 feet plus. You still see him playing around the global leagues.
Yeah, we do. And he is still a star because of the movement he gets of the pitch and the way he utilizes his height, high arm action, 7 feet plus tall guy. It's like 8 feet. The ball's coming from 8 feet up here. It's always very hard to judge it. In the meantime, beautiful shot from Arjun Kumar. The burst racing towards the boundary. The fielder did a valiant effort, but all in vain. The first boundary and the first runs for Arjun Kumar. A great start. He is a player to look for Nepal in the future. Sharad, what do you make out of this shot?
Yeah, it was a nice shot. Straight on the back foot between the point and cover. The first over done. Nepal 5 for 1.
So Amor Khalid bowled his first over, got the wicket of very first ball, got smashed for a boundary. Everything happened in that first over from Khalid. So from the other end, it will be Dylan Helayer who will be bowling his first over. Hit that one massive 6 today. Will be interesting to see how he go about his business today. Not much of pace in offer from him, yes. Mind you.
Tall guy, hits the deck hard. Yeah, Sher Mullah, interestingly, has got that opportunity of the order this time. In the last game, Rashid Khan was there batting at number 3.
Yeah, maybe that was the strategy, because in absence of Binod Bhandari, they want to build a partnership and they want to unsaddle the bowler with those right and left hand combination. That must have been the reason Sher Mullah came so up in the batting lineup at number 3.
More of known for his bowling, Sher Mullah. Call him a bowling all-rounder. And needs to make most of this opportunity at number 3.
Of course, he wants to establish himself as a set batter as well, because the Nepalese side, the international, the one that plays for the national side, are full with all-rounders, especially in the spin department. Beautifully executed, saw there, placed it in the gap of fielders. Fielder has to run a long way from mid-on reason. In the meantime, they were able to complete a couple. Is that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Slightly pitched up, trying to get some swing there, Dillon, but seem to have not got any movement in this post-lunch session. Love to use that wind that's blowing across the ground here at the Mulpani.
Drifting down the leg, wide signaled, easy decision for umpire. Yeah, with the wind moving in the pitch, Sharad, one advantage the bowler has is they get that natural movement. Sometimes you get the stop deliveries as well, mind you, because the wind's running across, not from one end of the bowling side. So that way, sometimes after it pitches, it holds on to the pitch, and it becomes a lot harder as a batter to face those deliveries.
A slip and gully in place.
Great shot, crashed it past that point fielder into the boundary for 4 runs.
Bit of wit provided this time. Shermalla picking the gap for perfection.
Great shot. That's a typical batsman shot, you know, who is technically sound. I like that.
Yeah, need to pounce on that opportunities, those loose balls.
Yeah, that's what Canada did in their first power play. Didn't try to do anything fancy. They will lose balls on offer, and they capitalized on it perfectly. A bit wide, got away with it. Maybe there was late movement after he left that crease. So a dot ball. So a final ball to be bowled in this over. Already 7 runs conceded. Shermalla is taking his time. Already smashed a boundary. He doesn't need to do anything special here. Just go along the business. Slowly just take those 1s and 2s and hit those occasional boundaries will do the job for Nepal, because the target is not that massive.
And it's dropped. Chance goes begging.
That was a great delivery from Dylan. Hers was in the first slip, outside airs into the slip cotton. He made a mess of it. So Shermalla gets life. Nepal gets life again for the first time. The first time they were a bit unlucky. This time around, fortune favored Shermalla. So after 2, Nepal 12 for 1.
So it's Amor Khalid who's gonna continue. They're playing for the first time for Team Canada in this series since their arrival. Their main bowler Kaleem Sana still not fit. And right away making a mark, picking his first wicket in this tour.
And what a way to get started. The first delivery that you ball, you get the wicket, you know, the confidence goes flying off the roof.
Great start for him and for his team. As he said, he looks like a tall, high-arm action bowler. He's hitting the deck, getting some movement as well. That is edged away in the third man for a single. Robbing shot off slip.
So Arjun Kumar is being very watchful. The first ball he didn't try to do anything fancy. Here also played it with very soft hands. Already in 5 of 3 deliveries. Shermalla has faced 7, though he came 1 down. He has faced 10 deliveries. So most of the deliveries has been faced by Shermalla. Arjun Kumar is in non-strikers, and so that's what Nepal needs to do. Just as I've been saying, just rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, and then you'll get loose ball every now and then. Capitalize on that. So that's what Nepal needs to do. Looking at the target. Just 228 to gate, still 47.4 overs remaining. It's a long way to go.
And he's gone. Couldn't make the most of his life given in the previous over. Still practicing that cut shot.
That's what I was saying. He needs to be really watchful. Doesn't need to do anything fancy. He doesn't even need to connect every single delivery. He could have left it alone, but just teased it. Got the feather raise into the safe pair of hands. And Shermalla didn't learn from his previous mistake. Is back to the pavilion. First 7. So Nepal loses their 2nd wicket in a state of bother at the moment. 2.3 overs. Nepal are 13 for 2.
So Nepal in some trouble. 2 wickets down already. The third over, and it's Captain Jora who walks out to save his team.
A big responsibility in his shoulders. Remember, the captain of Canada was out for a knot. But Sandeep has to do just opposite of it. Nepal needs a partnership, and desperately Arjun Kumar on the other hand is watching all the dramas unfold from the non-strikers end. Khalid, well, he's fulfilling the gap of Sana very well. Already taken 2 wickets into his second over, playing for the first time. You cannot expect a better start than this. Conceded 6 runs, already 2 wickets. Ser Mullah and Main already back into the pavilion. So Sandeep Jora has got a long road to play. He has to bat as long as he can along with Arjun Kumar. He looks very confident on the other end.
That's just beaten outside the off stump.
Exactly, and one thing I'm worried about, Sarad, is look at the foot movement. There is no foot movement. They are just throwing the bat away and getting the as is on site.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Can take some time. We can see what the ball is doing in this pitch. Just come in, it's facing his second ball.
Yeah. In one days when you lose early wickets, Sarad, why is it like the batter wants to connect to every ball? Why can't they just let a couple of balls go to the keeper, be very watchful, watch the movement of the pitch, and then go about their business?
Yeah, maybe they just want to connect the ball to the middle of the bat. Maybe a bit nerves on their stomach.
Maybe we'll come back to that. In the meantime, it's the end of the 3 overs. Nepal 13 for 2.
Still on, is continuing for a second over. Oh, that's inside edge. Lucky there for Arjun.
That's what I've been talking about. Look, the ball is outside the off stump. The front foot of the batter is on off stump only. And then what he is doing is he's just playing the shot through. He's not reaching to the line of the ball where he can go about the business, even the cover drives and stuff. And just managed to get the inside out. Lucky for him, it didn't come back to the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. Need a good technique against the moving ball and a dicey wicket. To play close to your body. You cannot just throw your hands outside. You're 2 wickets down. You need to minimize the risk and play.
So there was a slight fumble. The batter were able to take a single. So one thing that I liked about the opening bowling duo of Canada is they are doing exactly what Nepal has failed to do. They are not trying to generate much pace, but their line is very subtle into that 4th to 5th stump line, just moving away from the batter, inviting batsmen to play those shots, and in the course, Sharmila happened to lose his wicket.
Yeah, they have a second slip and gully in place as well. Has a different technique, Arjun. We have seen him plays more with his hands, less of foot movement. It's worked for him in the past, but when the ball is moving, when the ballers are hitting in the good areas consistently and getting movement off the wicket, you need to be a little close to the body.
Yeah, he has to be a bit cautious at the moment because Nepal A is in deep trouble. 15 for 2 already. He has got that skill and art of playing shot, as we've just seen, just bisecting the ball between those 2 fielders and offside. Nicely done.
Was pitched up by Dillon, looking for some swing, but very minimum swing there, and just timed it nicely through the covers.
And at the moment, more than swing, Sarath, what I'm concerned about is it getting pushed away by the wind as well? Because from the direction where Dillon is bowling, the ball will be pushed away, pushed towards the batter. So that might be the reason as well. He will be very dangerous. He will be tasted. Nice delivery. I love to see these sort of short of length balls angling into the body of the batter. It's always very hard to execute shots on that. Lots of batter tend to lose their cool and just open the face of the bat and lose their wicket. In this occasion, Arjun did well.
Yeah, he kept his hands nicely down, let the ball go away. He's pulling the length back, Dillon, hitting that back of the length area, hitting it hard on the pitch. It's fourth over done. Nepal is 17 for 2.
So after 4, Nepal are 17 for 2, 224 runs still needed to defeat Canada. Let me remind you, Nepal has already lost their first game against Canada, so they would love to win this game, whereas Khalid has been the biggest hurdle for Nepal so far, taking those 2 very important wickets. So from the end where he is bowling, the ball will be pushed away from the batter because of the wind. And Sharad, it looks like if the wind keeps on blowing this way, we might have to continue the game without the bails, because it's looking very crazy out.
Yeah, could be. Well, at the moment bails are pretty intact. Hope it doesn't fall. That's nicely punched. Well fielded in the cover.
Equally well fielded. As good as the shot was there. Yeah, we are in the com box here in Mulpani Cricket Stadium, and next to us are a couple of flags, and we can still hear the sound of the flags waving because of that very strong wind that's running across the ground.
And the reason why the wind blows so hard here is because this ground is in quite a height in Kathmandu.
Exactly, there is an altitude in this cricket ground compared to even the Tiu cricket ground. We don't get that much of wind in there, but at this time of year where spring has just approached, like being windy conditions is very anticipated in Nepal.
Yeah, so it's about the players how to use those conditions for their advantage. Being a bowling team, you would look to swing the ball using that wind, and as a batter you would look to hit on the area where the wind is blowing.
Exactly, hit along the wind. That will give some momentum to the ball. So we have seen so many times the 4s being converted into 6, and it's always very tricky, especially for the fielders, because the wind tend to take the ball away from you. You are set for a certain catch and the wind takes it away, so it's going to be a very tricky situation if the ball's in the air.
Absolutely, it's not easy to take those catches when the wind is blowing that hard.
Imagine this wind, the batsman hits the ball, it goes towards the deep area, horizontal sort. Well, forget about catching that. So from this end, hitting towards the offside will be a lot easier. Just time the ball perfectly. I'm very sure it's going to run like a treasure bullet.
Wide signal, drifted down the leg. Pretty impressed by Khalid the way he started in this innings.
Absolutely.
Although he bowled wide this ball, but he's been very consistent with his line and length. He's been bowling in that off-stump area, not giving any width.
Exactly. And when Nepal were batting, I was downstairs and I was seeing he was doing a lot of net practice. He was just like stretching his arms and stuff. So the result you can see. So for anyone who is a pace bowler who wants to set up a career as a pace bowler, it's very important that you do your homework in nets properly. Get that arm open before the game starts, and that will give an ease when you're bowling.
Absolutely, always you need to be ready from the first ball. That's what the great Brett Lee used to say. Your first ball has to be the best ball of the innings.
When you talk about the first ball has to be the best ball of the innings, Sarab, what I remember is the debut of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, the very first delivery, that out-swinging ball, getting that wicket. Like, I haven't seen a youngster opening their career for their country and bowling that effectively in the very first delivery.
A quick single taken there by Jora. He gets off the mark. It's 5 overs done. 19 for 2.
So Dylan Helaire will continue his third over. Sandeep Jora will be facing him better this time around. Open the front foot and then hit the ball towards the boundary. Nearly 4 runs. The fielder in the boundary line did well. So that's what I was talking about. When you move your front foot, your foot is angling towards where you want to play the shot. The execution is always beautiful to see, isn't it?
Absolutely. Jora taking his time early on. He's a busy player. He needs to play a captain's innings today, lead from the front. That will add up confidence to the batsman batting later on, if needed.
Nicely done. And the thing with Dylan is he hits the deck really hard. He is a very strong lad. Has got a decent height, ball high arm action, and it's not going to get that easier for the batter to score against him if he bowls in the region that he has been bowling so far in his 2 overs.
It's soft hands towards the cover. Another single added. Yeah, he can extract some bounce from this wicket. This Mulpani wicket is a bit different than the TU. Can get some extra bounce from these pitches.
Yeah, especially when we have seen there were tournaments back to back, a game in TU and then coming back here in Mulpani. The players actually get confused because it's very hard to read the pitch in this part of the ground, especially in Mulpani Cricket Stadium. We haven't seen much of the runs being flourished, but saying that today it was very unlike Mulpani pitch when Canada were batting first. The ball was coming beautifully towards the bat. In PM Cup when they were playing, I think the highest scoring games were 120, 130 in this ground. That too was in one dayers. So you can imagine the curator from Bangladesh has done a tremendous job making it a battable track, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And also this ground got some rest in between after the PM Cup. There are continuous matches happening in the TU ground rather. So yeah, and also different conditions here. The wind, the tennis ball kind of bounce here in this pitch. Very sporting wicket, you can say, in this ground.
Exactly, it's a perfect wicket for a cricket game to be played because it has got a lot to offer, both for the batter and the bowlers, as well as we had seen in the first innings when Nepal were bowling. They were like the turns, the bounces, and so far when the medium paces are operating for Canada, the same thing has repeated beautifully. These guys bowled just beaten the outside airs. That's the end of the over. 3 runs conceded after 6. Nepal are 22 for 2.
A good bit of fielding there by Captain San, stopping a single. Bowling well, this lad Khalid. Bowling so tight lines, he's not giving any width whatsoever. He's inviting the batsman to make a mistake.
And what's interesting for me is that Canada didn't go for him in the previous games. Like, he looks really promising, you know, and then he has been really consistent because playing for the first time in these conditions and bowling these deliveries are not a piece of cake.
You can see he's hitting those good length areas consistently.
Exactly, already in 3.2 overs, just conceded 8 runs and taken 2 wickets. That proves a lot about the potential of this guy.
Playing the patient game here, Sandeep. There's no rush whatsoever.
He's the kind of batter who comes under like this sort of situation quite often, and he's been one person who is very cool in head and gets his team over the line under this dire situation. But because of the winds and playing conditions and everything, I don't think things are going to get that easier for him either.
He's playing pretty well, started well, middling the ball.
Yeah, because of the target, they are being able to take their time, get set, to get your eyesight set, play your strokes. And especially for a batter, when you want to play that one particular shot, that is your strength. And if you middle it in the middle, well, the story changes in no time.
Good bit of running there. Quickly scampering for another single.
So after that, Canada, after this game, Canada will be playing one more game out. I think they'll be heading to UAE to play the Division 2 game. Remember, Nepal's already playing Division 2 game against Namibia and Netherlands at TU cricket ground. They're playing tomorrow, in fact. So things are looking pretty good after that tough defeat in the first game for Nepal. They came back really strong against a very well popular team like Netherlands. So the mindset in the dressing room must be very high with the sort of win they have generated out of nowhere after that loss.
Absolutely. All the batters are in form. The bowlers are doing well. Though the toss has been vital, but I'm sure in the first innings also if the batters apply themselves a bit more, first 10-15 overs, a good competitive game.
The wind's getting stronger now. Sharad, as the game is progressing, so that concludes the over number 7. Nepal are 23 for 2. So Dylan continuing with this 4th over, wrapped on the pads, a big shout. Drifting towards leg for sure, as we can see from the comp box as well.
Yeah, and maybe a bit of height as well. Wrapped him around just above the knee roll.
Yeah, the wind's definitely pushing the ball in, because Sandeep was playing in different line all the way.
And also Dillon bowls from that wide angle, comes from wide of the crease.
They're just trying to create that natural angle that a medium pacer can generate, bowling wide of the crease. As you can see, balls coming in.
You should see there's Jora indicating that bounced a little bit more.
So a lot of patience being shown by these two batters. Sandeep Jora is batting on 6 of 19 deliveries, whereas Arjun Kumar has faced 13 for his 8. So Nepal's just trying to save that wicket, going really slow, and is the right thing to do. but I don't want the batters to be too defensive, as I was just talking about it. He made room for himself, shot up lane delivery, didn't bounce as much as the bowler would have liked, but Jora was very quick, picked the line, and another boundary and hitting towards the wind. Well, you cannot ask for more than that. It was a perfectly gifted boundary from Dillon to Sandeep Jora.
Yeah, that was just short of length and picked up nicely by Jora for his first boundary. That will add up some confidence.
Yeah, all you need to do is time the ball towards the leg side and the wind will do the rest. Another shot, beautifully timed. The fielder from mid on is rushing. The ball will win the race. Another boundary. Well, Jora is opening up.
Certainly he is. And there's some buzz in the ground as well from the crowd. Maybe 1,500, 2,000 people in here. Free entry here in the Mulpani ground. Nepal A chasing the total of 240 runs. 41. If you're around here, please come in. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and some of our viewers prefer to stay at home because they won't be able to hear Sharad Vishwakar doing commentary from here if they come to the ground.
I feel it's because of the Kathmandu traffic, Kiran.
Maybe that might have been the reason, because we are in the outskirts of Kathmandu, this Mulpani cricket ground. But saying that, it's a lovely atmosphere, you know, like being very close to nature, greenery all around. It's a beautiful, beautiful stadium to play the game of cricket.
Absolutely, just beside the Gokarna forest, and in a cleared day, Kiran, you can see the Himalayas from here, from the media box end especially.
Yeah, that would be the view of the lifetime that you can witness, you know. When you say that, I remember when India plays in Dharamshala and you know, those Himachal Pradesh or Uttarakhand region, and then you could see those Himalayas, you know, beautifully shining. Same atmosphere you can get here from Mulpani. It's a heaven for playing cricket. A beautiful place. So that concludes over number 4. We'll keep on talking about it. Nepal are 31 for 2.
It's Khalid who comes in for his 5th over. Bowling so well. It's reminding me of the version of Glenn McGrath, who used to be tall, hitting that area around the off stump, getting some bounce, some movement in and out.
The beauty about Glenn McGrath was, you know, his delivery used to come in your rib cage, and it's never easy for even the caliber of Sachin Tendulkar to hit those balls for boundary. That guy was a legend for me. Whereas fast ball is considered. He was not very pacey, mind you, but he used to hit the deck really hard and bounce, the movement and the bounce up the pitch. Well, in my era when I was following cricket, I've never seen a bowler like Glenn McGrath. He was in another level.
He was known as the pigeon, and what a battle we would see against Tendulkar and McGrath. Always interesting.
Yeah, and then like as a bowler, when you're bowling in the era where Sachin Tendulkar and Brian Lara are batting in the middle, and then you have that record, well, hats off. You can only dream about that, I guess.
It just drifted down.
Yeah, he looks a bit exhausted as well, Sarad. What do you think about that? You know, a pace bowler, you know, like doing the debut in Nepal, playing for the first time, regularly given 5 overs. You know, your body gets drained because lots of emotions comes around, lots of mental stress as well.
Yeah, at the moment, he's looking pretty good. Has done his job picking up those early 2 wickets. He's coming from Canada, might be colder there, and maybe he's not have played many outdoor cricket at the moment.
Yeah, I've had a chat with one of my friends in Canada, and he was saying it has just stopped snowing. It didn't snow as it used to snow in previous years. He lives in Alberta, in Calgary. So the conditions are much colder compared to Nepal. So I imagine what would it be like if they have to play in summer in Nepal, because the weather is really heating up, and we see 36, 37 degrees even in Kathmandu. So that would be very challenging, and especially when they are going to UAE to play the game. Well, it's going to be a very tough job for them to maintain themselves physically fit.
It's flicked away nicely, half chance put down, got half a hand on it. It's running away and creeps over the ropes. So a 4 for Arjun.
That fielder was kept there particularly for that shot, and the bowler did well. He bowled according to the fielding position, but was lucky it was just a bit hint away from that fielder, and there he's in a bit of bother. Must have been a sprain, or maybe pushed his muscle while trying to cast that delivery. But one interesting thing, Sarad, was the ball came against the wind. The batter didn't try to hit the ball too hard, but still it reaches the boundary. That's the beauty of Mulpani, right?
Yeah, it is a fast outfield. Spot of powder there. The fielder maybe pulled a muscle while diving.
He doesn't look comfortable at all. The teammates are really concerned, along with the umpire. Well, it will be a breather for everyone. So far in the game, Mayan Yadav gone for the very first delivery. Sher Mullah, after getting a live Perishus in the very next over. So Amror Khalid taking all 2 wickets. So there's a partnership building, 24-37 deliveries. Sandeep Johra doing most of the contribution, 18 of those, and Arjun Kumar playing sensibly, contributing 4 runs to that partnership. In the bowling departments, look at that, 4.4 overs, 21 dot balls, 15 runs, 2 wickets. You cannot ask for more than that in the first power play from your strike bowler. And Dillon has supported him well. What do you say?
Yeah, the game fine balance at the moment.
So everyone's falling in the field. It was the fielder first, now the batter has gone down. Well, lots of drama is unfolding in Mulpani Cricket Stadium. Alright, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back after the players are up. Okay, finally, Farah Khalid continuing. Remember, the over hasn't been bowled. A beautiful shot, crashed it between 3 fielders, rained towards the boundary. Another 4 back-to-back boundaries. So Arjun is looking dangerous.
Yeah, it's moving on now.
Is it Sandeep Johra? Yes, it is Sandeep Johra indeed. That was a beautiful shot, probably the shot of the innings, sort of the day so far. Would love to see the replay of that. It would be great.
So after an early good spell, Khalid put on some bit of pressure.
Yeah, he looks a bit exhausted as well, you know, like bowling those 5 overs regularly. That concludes the over number 9. We'll talk about that shot when we see the replay. At the moment, Nepal 41 for 2. So the spin is being introduced for the first time from Canada. Captain Saad bin Jaffer has come into the attack, replacing Dylan, and Arjun Kumar will be facing him. Good ball, right on the money with the very first delivery. Arjun defended it safely. So Saad bin Jaffer hadn't had a good outing with the bat today, gone for a duck in the second delivery. Ooh, nice ball, deceived the batter, deceived the keeper, missed everyone, and it was very close to that stump as well. So Jaffer has understood the pitch very well and is bowling accordingly. Left arm spin. I've seen a lot of left arm spin. Nepal had 3. The captain himself is bowling left arm spin for Canada. So his left arm orthodox bowler is Saad bin. Occasionally bowls those googlies. So exactly 200 runs needed for Nepal from here on. The wind's blowing hard. In the meantime, a beautiful hit shot from Arjun Kumar for another boundary. Welcome to the bowling attack, Saad bin Jaffer, says Arjun Kumar. This young lad is showing a lot of promise, and tell you what, he will surely be one of the stars of Nepalese cricket if he keeps on batting like this. A great shot indeed, in between that cover and point region, smashed it for that boundary. Glorious. One thing that's beautiful about him is he's using his feet very nicely now as his eyes are set.
He's a good player of spin as well, Arjun. That's the 10th over done. Nepal 46 for 2. So it's a change of bowling. Harsh who comes in place of Khalid. It's a spin from both ends.
That's exactly what Nepal did. They were pace bowlers operating from both ends, and I think in the last over of the power play they introduced spin for the first time. So same thing here, 10 overs, the first power play is done and dusted. Nepal have managed to score 46 runs, but happened to lose 2 important wickets. But since then, it's been a slow but very smooth partnership building between Arjun Kumar and Sandeep Johra.
Yeah, they have somehow pulled the pressure back down a bit and pushing the momentum towards them.
Nicely bowled. Right on the money.
Nicely played with soft hands and good bit of running as well between these two.
Yeah, Arjun Kumar is very young, just come from under 19. I think he's just 16 or 15 years old. But the maturity that you see in his batting is another level.
Yeah, he looks baby-faced but has mature head.
Yeah, when you say baby-faced, I remember Tendulkar when he made his debut. Everyone used to say, look at that small kid playing cricket. But look at the name that man has done, changes this whole tone of the game.
It was a close call. Could see the slip and keeper appealing as well.
Well, the slip fielder has already raised his finger as well. Sir.
It's tough to give out from that angle, from the first second slip area.
Yeah, and especially when you're bowling from that wide of the crease, it always creates a doubt in umpire's mind whether the ball will be drifting towards leg side and stuff. So Hers started very neatly with his first over. Easy single there on the first ball of second over of Captain Bin Jaffer. He was gone for a magnificent boundary in his first over, but has bowled in very tight line, I must say. It was a batsman who created beauty out of nowhere and plays those glorious cover drives.
Yeah, he's a smart bowler, Captain Saad. He's been playing for a long time. You can see he's getting that drift in because of the wind blowing across the ground, across the pitch. If he can get that drift and get some turn as well, it's gonna be, he could make life difficult for the batsman.
Yeah, he's ace wise, he's the most experienced player. Goes over the top is Sandeep Johra, placed it over the infield. Fielder came back for a second. So if you look into the squad of Canada, so you can clearly see Saad Bin Jaffer has been in the cricketing world for Canada for a long time. He is already 37 years old and looks very fit to his age.
Absolutely. Times are changing, isn't it? James Anderson still bowling well at the age of 42.
Yeah, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma are batting like probably one of the best forms in their games at the age of 37 plus.
It's all thanks to the support staff, the team doctors, the nutritionists, the trainers, keeping those players fit.
Yeah, and along with the discipline that the players have developed over the years. And it's an absolute treat. You know, we have like 10 years back, we've never imagined that the cricketing as a player you'll go to play till 40 and stuff like that. Well, things happen for a reason, and things are happening for very good reasons in international cricket, because you know, like you grow up watching a player and then all of a sudden that player retires. It always, you know, leaves that vacuum as a fan watching the game. So in the meantime, that's the end of the over. We'll talk about it, Sharad, after 12 Nepal are 50 for 2.
Harsh was continuing, has played with soft hands.
So 50 runs up for Nepal in 12th over. This partnership is growing slowly. So yeah, we were talking about the vacuum that, you know, your idol player, when they leave or when they retire from the game of cricket, it leaves that vacuum for a long time. Happened to me personally when because I grew up watching Sachin Tendulkar batting. He was my cricketing idol. And when he retired, I stopped watching cricket for some time, because every single time I used to watch India play, I used to miss that name in that lineup, and I don't know why. Like that vacuum took a long time to be filled. Do you have similar experience, Sarah?
Absolutely, Kiran. Yeah, he was my inspiration when I started playing. What a player he was! Single-handedly, he took over the pressure of the Indian batting lineup for many years. That's nicely played in the third man.
In the meantime, these two batters are doing the same, trying to take the pressure off Nepal, of getting to that target of 241 runs. Now 190 needed from here on. So, and slowly what happened was, when youngsters came into play, like likings of Yuvraj Singh and Mohammad Kaif, along with Birendra Sehwag came into play, and then the cricket became more interesting. And well, after Virat Kohli came into the picture, well, the legacy of the game grew on and on and on and on.
Absolutely. India always known for their strong batting lineup.
Exactly, and there is a big fan following in Nepal and all over the globe as well. Not just Sachin during excellent fielding, just got to the tip of the ball, stopped a certain boundary there, and yeah, just the likings of Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, Matthew Hayden, Adam Gilchrist, Sachin Tendulkar, you know, like Virendra Sehwag, Sourav Ganguly, all these players were the legends of the game. Glenn McGrath, Sain Warne, and all of them retired around the same age. And maybe that was the reason, maybe we were not interested to watch cricket that much.
The slog sweep comes out. Half a chance there. Got some bit of hand, the mid-wicket fielder. That's his go-to shot, Sandeep Johra. Likes the slog sweep. It's the 13 over done, 56 for 2. Sandeep Johra taking strike. Good player of spin he is. Big appeal, not given.
So it's captain versus captain, Sandeep Johra versus Saad bin Jafar. The first delivery of this over, a huge appeal there for LB. Umpire was not interested.
Just a lone fielder in the deep, square leg region. That was given some bit of pace, went with the arm.
Yeah, what I'm liking about the confidence of Canada, Sharad, is look, the wind's blowing very fast across the ground, but they've got just placed just one fielder saving the boundary on the leg side. Well, that's high up in the air. The fielder was there, he was just talking. Great effort to save that boundary. Definitely save some runs. That's the sort of fielding you want in your side. Great effort.
Amazing. A diving effort at the mid wicket. The big tall Nicholas Kirtan bringing full length dive out, stopping 2 vital runs.
Well, I'll take my words back, Sharad. If you've got fielder of that caliber doing those sort of magics in the outfield, you don't need much of the fielder in that region. Played it really fine with soft hands. No runs. Great effort. You know, your fielding is the backbone of your bowling side, of course. As you can see, like Veem Sarki, he came into the national side just for his fielding, known as Jonty for Nepal. What a fielder he is.
That swept nicely behind square. Another boundary. Things moving on nicely for Nepal.
All you got to do is time the ball well in the leg side. With the wind blowing so hard, you don't need to even run a single for that. That ball raced towards the boundary. Took no time. Even the replay, it was so fast.
Got what it deserved. That ball down the leg side. Just a lone fielder in the leg.
Yeah, that's a real loosener from the bowler Saad bin Jafar. He has been really tight with his line and length.
Yeah, nicely punched on the back foot. Rotating the strike. 7 off this over. It's 14 done. Nepal 63 for 2.
So Harsh Takir is continuing his third over. Wow, that was a bit of bounce off the pitch, took the batsman by surprise. Sandeep Johra there, he is still looking into the pitch, staring at that pitch. How did that happen? Well, Harsh is doing the trick here. Well balled, he's not offering any width, balling to that stump line. And in the meantime, my friend Sarad has taken a break and Ayush joins me in the come box. Welcome, Ayush. After that struggling start, Nepal is looking really comfortable now.
Well, thank you, Kiran. They are rebuilding their innings. Sandeep Johra and Arjun Kumar, they need to hold it. They need to build that partnership. 50 overs cricket, we often talk about the importance of small partnership, moving while chasing the target.
Of course, and for Sandeep Johra, it's not the first time that his team has struggled with the fall of wickets and he has to come and rescue. He has done it in the past in plenty of occasions. He is the captain of the side. He has got more responsibility. And isn't he living up to the expectation, playing beautifully? Arjun Kumar, the 15-year-old guy, look at the gameplay, how matured he looks.
We have shown his talent. Prime Minister's Cup, where the first time he played in the senior national tournament. After that in the Under-19 World Cup. Look at that shot. He's so elegant through that offside reason, through the third man. We have seen similar kind of shots being played at the Under-19 World Cup.
That shot was as smooth as cream. Just creamed it, forced the ball to the very last moment, opened the face of the bat, raced towards the boundary. A beautiful shot. And that too from a 15-year-old guy.
Absolutely brilliant, Arjun Kumar. One strength about Arjun Kumar is, Kiran, his hand-eye coordination. You could just see that hand-eye coordination of Arjun Kumar. Just waits the ball, he plays those late strokes. Not look in a hurry to play those shots. And one thing about Arjun in today's innings we have seen, Kiran, is not being in that dual mind, whether to come into front foot, to be committed into front foot, or play those shots in the back foot. He has been having a clear mindset, and that has been the strength so far in this innings.
And another thing that I liked about his batting today is how he is using his feet. Normally he depends a lot in his hand-eye coordination, but today his foot movement has been excellent. He is reaching to the line of the ball. Mind you, he's just 15 years old, doesn't have that long stride, but he has been batting beautifully. So by the end of 15, Nepal are 69 for 2.
Saad bin Jafar, the skipper, at this moment would want to break this partnership. And who else at this moment? The left arm spinner coming against two right-handed batsmen. The experienced Saad is offering that flight. As Kiran was talking about the feet movement, it's always important when you are batting there. You need to have that foot movement against spinners.
That's what makes a good batsman convert into a great batsman. The use of the feet. You reach to the line of the ball, as you just seen in there, he just made room for himself. His feet was straight and his bat was straight as well. So the youngsters, the players who are grooming yourselves to be an international player, these are the things you need to be very mindful about. The techniques in cricket.
Absolutely, the basics and techniques are very important. This time Saad targeting the pads of Sandeep Johra. He knows the importance of breaking this partnership. Nepal would want to go along the midway innings with this partnership moving forward. In 50 overs cricket, the rebuilding job is always hard, Kiran. You have lost your two openers. You need to rebuild the innings. There's pressure on yourself, how to approach the game. You need to be with that clear mindset, and this is what Arjun and Sandeep has been doing. And one important thing regarding this partnership is you could see the communication between these two batsmen. We have seen those communication in middle of the overs. They are going to each other and talking with each other, rotating the stride pretty well. And one thing in Nepal A team, Kiran, if we are looking at, we have got players from various provinces, departmental side, under 19 players coming in for the Nepal A side. They have never played together as a unit, and it's always hard when you play your first, second match to get that understanding of the game, how you approach the game, running between the wickets. It has seen a bit of problem in running between the wickets in the first game as well. But they have been together. Oh, this time a brilliant effort out there. And as a fielding unit, you want this type of effort to just lift up the momentum of the game.
No doubt about it, and a lot of credit goes to the coaches of Nepal A team. I think Gyanendra Malla along with Kalam Ali are the two experienced campaigners who are leading the coaching department for this side, and the grooming is something you can see in this tournament, especially with the batting and bowling. Gyanendra being a fantastic technical batsman himself in his era, you know, like I can see the glimpse of that technical perfections in both Arjun and Sandeep. So with that, it concludes over number 16. Nepal A slowly building the partnership, 73 for 2.
Well, the importance of this partnership that we are talking about, Sandeep Johra and Arjun Kumar, and just punching to the back foot. This is important in T20, in 50 overs cricket. Kiran, the importance of running between the wickets, converting those singles into doubles. You need to keep that scoreboard ticking, and this is why you could see that they are not feeling that pressure because they have been consistently been able to rotate those strikes.
Rotating the strike in any format of the game is equally important. You see in international cricket as well, even in T20s, the batter, they never try to go over the top after every delivery. It's like converting like singles into doubles and hitting the gap, getting those runs, rotating the strike, keeping the fielding team under pressure is very important. And these two batters have done beautifully today. In ODIs, they are getting the occasional boundaries, just capitalizing on the loose balls and playing the good balls with respect, getting those placements right, taking those ones and twos. They have assessed the condition beautifully.
Credit needs to be given to Harsh Thakur as well. He has been fabulous throughout this Nepal tour for Canada. Has been bowling in those right line and length. He has been consistent with his line and length. We could still see some plan against Arjun Kumar because the Canadian team has known like Arjun Kumar loves guiding that ball through that third man. Reason they have kept that short third man out there. Harsh just targeting the stumps, and that's a good move because Arjun is so strong player in his offside. You could just target his pads or the stumps, middle and leg stump.
Yeah, very calm and composed and very focused. Arjun Kumar there just played it with very soft hand, touched the ball at the last moment, got a single. So just 3 runs of that over, 17 overs done. Nepal are 76 for 2.
Ahmad Jai coming in, replacing his skipper Saad bin Jafar. They know the importance of bringing your left arm spinners into the attack. Tall guy Sahid has got that height to generate that bounce from the wicket. Such an interesting sight to see. Look at the release point of Sahid Ahmad Jai. The way he releases his ball as a left arm spinner, the ball moves away from the right-handed batsman. But one strength about Sahid Ahmad Jai is when he's bringing that ball into the batsman, with that angle, you will not find that difference in his hand, and that has been the strong point for Sahid.
From here where we are seeing him, he looks a lot like even his bowling action, and his build-up also looks like very close to Akshar Patel, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
So this is what I was talking about. It would be interesting to see the replay, the release point of Sahid Ahmad Jai, the same grip, the way he released the ball with the angle coming back in, and as a batsman it would always be difficult to read him because as a left-hand batsman you always expect the ball to move away, right-handed batsman, but with the angle he's bringing that ball in.
Yeah, he's a left-arm orthodox bowler, so he will be bowling both leg spinners and off spinners, get those googlies in right places. A lot of his deliveries will depend on the movement of his wrist. You know, very wristy kind of bowler, very high arm action, creating that angle as we can just see in there. So you really need to be very watchful when he is bowling, because the release point, his wrist movement, the grip of the delivery, all those things come into play. Especially with the wind blowing, well, he can be lethal. So with the final delivery of his first over, played it with soft hands, fielded well. So that concludes over number 18. Nepal are 78 for 2, and the player take trains.
So Hurst would be continuing in. Canada at the moment definitely needs to pick up a wicket and break this partnership. The plan has been clear against Arjun Kumar. They have placed that third man inside the circle. They knows Arjun loves playing in that third man region. Once again offering that flight. This is the plan that you could go against as a batsman, just to keep him in dual mind whether to come it in the front foot or play those shots in back foot. But Arjun has been so consistent and confident regarding his foot movement, the selection of shot. He has had a clear mind playing against those spinners. This time just played with soft hands. To be happy with the single. This partnership is getting interesting. The Nepal side, they're just looking to rebuild the innings. Well, the required run rate would not be much of a concern because Nepal A has been consistently scoring around that 4 runs, 5 runs. This time Hurst coming round the wicket. Good running, good call there by Sandeep Johra. Just applying that pressure to the fielding unit. Well, 3 runs of this over. After the end of 19th over, Nepal A 81 for 2. Well, crowd coming in to watch Nepal A play against Canada. This ground is looking different. It's absolutely looking different from the Prime Minister's Cup. Had a different wicket in Prime Minister's Cup. Sandeep Johra has been in this situation a couple of times in the Prime Minister's Cup as well. The role to rebuild that innings. Once again, the full of ball driven, but there's a fielder out there, Captain Saad bin Jafar.
So Nepal is building a partnership. They are batting beautifully at the moment. Sandeep Johra batting on 41 of 55 deliveries. Sweep shot rushing towards the boundary. Magnificent shot. A great timing there for Sandeep Johra. One thing he did good in this shot was he took his front foot out, read the ball perfectly, and then played that sweep shot absolutely gorgeously. There were a couple of fielders protecting that particular kind of shot, but they were just spectators. That good was the shot and timing from Sandeep Johra. Rushed into 45, just 5 shy of his 50. Let's have a look at the replay pieced outside of. Look at that exquisite timing. No chance whatsoever, even for the fielder protecting the boundary. A great shot.
There was nothing wrong from Syed Ahmed Jai. He has kept that compact outside off field. Was just balling around that off stump, but a brilliant presence of mind there by Sandeep Johra, just sweeping the ball towards that leg side region. Syed Ahmed Jai, what a servant for Canadian cricket he has been.
Yeah, he's doing his best, is Sahid, but Sandeep has different plans. It will be interesting how Arjun will be approaching him. Played it late with his chops and a bit of a fumble, but safe on that occasion. No runs conceded. So just 1 delivery to go in this 20th over. Nepal 86 for 2, going beautifully after those early blows. Losing those wicket of Mayan and Sher Mullah in no time. So a single to end the 20th over. Nepal are 87 for 2.
Harsh would be continuing in. Strong wind. Look at that flight that has been offered by Harsh Thakur. This has been the key in Mulpani cricket ground. If you come slower through the air, give that time for the ball in the air, you are getting that turn from the wicket. One thing about Arjun Kumar that we have been talking consistently, look at that clear mindset that he is having. We have seen the first innings Canadian batsmen struggling, being in that dual mind, committed towards the front foot or to stay in the back foot and play those shots against spinner. But Arjun, now till the innings we have seen a clear mindset, and as a batsman when you have this clear mindset playing those spinners, it will always be an advantage for you.
Absolutely, very composed and very focused there. Arjun Kumar and Sandeep Johra, both of them, they've been really watchful. They haven't been trying to go hard after every delivery, not looking for those boundaries, believing in those singles and doubles. Nice, in like, look, even on that shot, like gave himself room, waited for the ball to come to his body, and what a running within the wicket. Excellent running, trusting each other, converting those ones into twos. That's been the beauty of this partnership so far. And one thing commendable about Arjun Kumar is how matured he is to his age. You know, reminds me a lot like Brian Lara when he was in his early innings. You know, he was very calm and composed, like used to play with those soft hands, taking those ones and twos. Great memories reflecting. Sandeep Johra facing the final, I beg your pardon, second last delivery of the over. Played it safely, no runs. So India is playing England, and the baseball, as we call it, is very popular these days. The approach of English cricket, even towards the test, you know, one thing I like is they are going for win or loss. They are not playing for the draws. And one thing I always appreciate about the teams are when they have got that hunger to win, which England team is showing, especially Brendan McCullum being the coach of the side. You know, a great sight of cricket. I'm really loving the way England are grooming their test side.
Well, absolutely, but the way India played that test match, the youngsters leading the team, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Sarfaraz Khan, is a story to watch out for. Talking about Nepali cricket as well, we have seen that temperament, that intent in the game against Netherlands. They're just attacking, trying to dominate those Netherlands bowler. But now a brilliant partnership in between. Canada desperately need wicket at the moment. The plan has been clear from the Canadian skipper Saad bin Jafar to just ball his off spinner from the Gulf end, because you can just tempt the batsman to play those shots on the leg side where there is a longer boundary against the wind. But they have not been tempted so much. Sandeep Johra and Arjun Kumar, they are happy rotating the strikes. Ahmed Jai needs to ball something to break this partnership.
It's been amazing to see, you know, how the tide of the game turns. In the early days when cricket was in its early stage, it was West Indies and the pace bowling that dominated the world of cricket. Produced great pace bowlers from West Indies themselves, Courtney Ambrose, Courtney Walls. You talk about Malcolm Marshall, and then comes Ian Botham for England, Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis for Pakistan. And then the tide slowly shifted towards the spin bowling with the likings of Shane Warne, though they were McGrath and Brett Lee. Flaming himself, you know, like the world was dominated by those sort of pace bowlers, and then came Shane Warne, Muthaiya Muralitharan, and that completely changed the complexion of the game. Slowly the Indian spinners came into the arena of international games. I still remember Anil Kumble taking those 10 wickets and creating history, and then coming back to Shane Warne, those hat-tricks, the ball of the century and stuff like that. And from there the legacy and the journey continues. And when you look at the sides like associate sides like Nepal and Canada, the spin attack has been one of the prime weapons for the associates. Started from Afghanistan, if I'm not wrong.
Well, I still remember when Afghanistan was in the division cricket playing against Nepal, the two strong side with the spin, Afghanistan and Nepal. That time Nepal used to have a duo of Sakti Gojan and Basant Regmi. Nabi was there for the Afghani side. We used to see a lot of competition out there.
How can we forget the contribution of Rashid Khan for Afghanistan cricket? Absolute legend, one of the most charmer of cricket games in the recent times, along with Mujib-ur-Rahman, you know. So from the associate team as well, we are getting some amazing talents. You talk about our national side, the players are grooming themselves as all-rounders in the likings of Kushal Mallar, the captain Rohit Podal himself. Kushal Bhurtel taking those 4 wickets, coming as a part-time bowler. So well, the future of Nepal looks very, very, very good. And when I see Arjun Kumar batting today, it looks fantastic.
Well, absolutely. Arjun Kumar is looking fantastic today. He's looking elegant. Talking about Arjun Kumar, made his debut in Nepali cricket in the Prime Minister's Cup at the age of 14. I still remember that first game, his debut game against Tribhuvan Army Club. Bikram Sob was bowling from the TUN, a shorter length delivery, and the first ball that he faced in 14 years of age against Bikram Sob, he just played that uppercut for, I guess it was a boundary at that time, but the confidence was shown and he made a statement in Nepali cricket. And after that, his brilliant run in the Prime Minister's Cup, Dave Watmore, the coach, called him for the first round of camp, in the senior camp. After that, Arjun Kumar has been part of the under-16 side, then the under-19 side, has been regular around the circuit of the senior boys.
And if I see him in the national side in coming days, I won't be surprised, because this young lad has got a lot of caliber. In the meantime, we were talking about cricket, cricketing world and everything. Sandeep Johra has slowly sneaked to 49 runs, just a run shy of his first half century in this tournament. As a captain, cannot get bigger than this.
Well, absolutely. What a day to bring your half century, but still a run to go. And
there you go.
There you go.
No.
Half century for the skipper today, leading Nepal side. What a brilliant innings it has been from Sandeep Johra, leading the side, rebuilding that Nepalese innings. A brilliant half century, and what a time to come. Still a run to go. This time
there he goes, the sweep shot, the ball's racing towards the boundary, and finally the half century came from the bat of the skipper of Nepal, Sandeep Johra. A very responsible, matured innings, captain leading from the front, and that too with a youngster. An absolutely gorgeous scene for Nepalese cricket.
Well, absolutely. Sandeep Johra, experienced campaigner, getting that 50, the second man to score 50 from Nepali. The first was Basir Ahmed in the first game against Canada. But what a way to bring, what a time to bring your half century. You could just see Nepali team were just, they lost their early wickets. It was time to rebuild the innings. The approach that Sandeep Johra shown, the maturity that he has shown today. Well, this time the ball was in line, sweeping the ball, fine, and the ball will reach the boundary. Look at the flow of the bat, Kiran. You could just see the flow of the bat. At the last time he placed that bat, dissecting the fielder. He knew the fielder was there, but just the placement out there in that shot.
Great views in the com box. You know, the ball's drifting towards leg, batsman attempting the sweep shot, the fielder diving, missing it, ball racing towards the boundary. Let's have a look. That was drifting in the leg stump. A perfectly timed sweep shot. Bottom hand came into play, fielder dived, couldn't grab the ball, raced towards the boundary for 4 runs. Well, with that boundary, it brings up the 100 for Nepal.
Look at that wrist movement in that shot, just waiting for the ball, being in the back foot. That's the end of 23rd over. Nepal A 101 for 2.
Okay, Sandeep Johra retaining the strike. Will be facing Zahid Ahmad Jai. Nicely played, using his wrist towards the leg side. There is protection just for a single. So Arjun Kumar will be in strike. He's playing on 35 of 58 deliveries. He came as an opener, and then like he saw all the dramas unfolding from one end, but that didn't distract this youngster from playing his natural game. Adjusted beautifully, assessed the situation, assessed the demand of the situation, I must say, and he played a lot mature innings than his actual age. Oh, that's a gift on offer. Double racing towards the boundary. You cannot do that. Seriously, playing in this level of cricket, that's a stupid miss, I must say. He was just being very lazy in collecting that ball.
Just looking casually, could not just let this partnership to move on, give those chances where the batsman could just rotate the strike, convert those singles into doubles. As Kiran was talking about Afghanistan cricket and the spinners, this time they're looking for two. They would easily get it. Shahid Ahmad Jai, the Afghani-born cricketer, was born in Kandahar, Afghanistan.
And another thing about that misfield is the body language of Canadian players, because the partnership is building. It's frustrating them. There's nothing much in offer. The batters are not giving them any chance whatsoever. They're picking the gaps beautifully, taking those ones and twos and hitting those occasional boundaries that have created a lot of frustration in Canadian fielding side. As we can see, their body language, the body, they are not as attentive and as involved as they were towards the beginning of the game when they took those 2 wickets.
Well, Shahid Ahmad Jai has represented Afghanistan under-19 cricket team in 2009 under-19 Cricket World Cup qualifier that was held in Toronto. That 2017, he has been regular member of the team. This time goes big. Sandeep Jora, the ball is in the air. He would easily clear the boundary straight into the media box.
Let's have a look at the replay. Look at his foot. He went to the front foot, cleared the foot, made room for himself, and bang, she goes. Ball went on flying over the ropes. A magnificent 6 runs.
This time coming quicker through the air. Well, this is what you need to be a bit clever in this condition, because when you are bowling from the road end, the leg side boundary is a shorter boundary, the wind is there. Look at, I guess, Kiran, this is the wind that has helped the ball to get that distance as well, because there's strong wind blowing to that direction.
Absolutely a gorgeous shot to look at as well. Like, not to take the credit away about the timing on that particular shot.
Well, you can just see the wind bringing in some stuffs in the ground. You can see that plastic. There's a strong wind out there. Mulpani cricket ground.
The ground staff helping to grab that plastic bag. In the meantime, it's a 100-run partnership between Sandeep Jora and Arjun Kumar of 129 deliveries. Nepal were struggling at 13 for 2 when they lost Sir Malla, but after that the story has just gone one way.
Well, the plan has been clear from the Nepalese batting as well. They're just going for the bowlers, attacking the bowlers when they are batting from the Gulf end, because you know there's a strong wind blowing from west to east, and if we are on this end where Arjun Kumar is batting at the moment, Nepalese batters has not taken this risk. The bowlers have been tempting Nepalese batters to just go over that mid-wicket region, playing against the spin.
Another beautiful thing about this partnership is the run rate. They have maintained the run rate. The required rate is still down. They just need 128 runs of 155 deliveries. In the meantime, the umpire is trying to adjust the stump. Maybe the bails are tingling because of the strong wind. I was talking to Sharad earlier and I was talking about the same thing. What if the wind gets stronger and we have to play the game without the bails?
I guess Viratne was also trying to replace the bells we have seen in international cricket. I still remember that delivery from Stuart Broad when he just went in, changed the bells and got the wicket of Labuschagne in that test match. Well, that has been some sight to see in international cricket. We have seen the game against Canada as well. Rohit Kumar Paul changing those bells. This time it's played with soft hands.
Great timing, placed it in the gap. The fielder had to make a long run. Easy couple. So Arjun Kumar is also cruising towards his half century, 38 at the moment. And mind you, these 38 have been one of the game-changing things for Nepal in this particular inning.
Well, he has played that anchor role, given that support to his skipper Sandeep Johra this time. Given some room to Arjun Kumar to open his arms. He's not taking those risks. Oh, a bit of miscommunication out there at this point of time. Nepal would not want this. But Vijay Ratne was just going for that stump. Overthrow out there.
Finally, the single is being completed. Lots of dramas. Yeses and nos. Batter coming in between the crease, returning back. Keeper grabbing the ball, not hitting the stumps. Finally, a single run has been completed. Sandeep Johra looks in a bit of bother. I think he's going to change his gloves and take a break, because it was a diving effort from him as well. He's taking his time. It's very important that he carries on batting the way he is batting at the moment, because Nepal doesn't want to change anything in this particular partnership. It's going very smoothly. It's going Nepal's way, and both these batters are batting beautifully.
Well, still Canada needs to break this partnership to bring that momentum towards themselves. They had that momentum when they got the 2 wickets. But after that, Arjun Kumar and Sandeep Johra rebuilding the innings, taking back the momentum towards the Nepalese side. As a bowling unit, you'd always want to break those important partnerships that is running in. But that has been the plan for Arjun Kumar. When you see it, whenever the ball is pitched around that middle and leg stump, is playing with those straight bat, not giving any room to offer for the ball to just turn in. Needs to be watchful in this situation as well.
Smashed it into the hands of the fielder. The last thing Nepal wanted was the fall of the wicket, and Arjun Kumar perishes after playing beautifully for his 40, a very responsible innings. Finally, Nikhil Datta is the bowler who has been able to break the partnership. Let's have a look at that. Loosner, short up length ball. The man on the catching position grabbed it with both hands. They couldn't have afford to drop it. Finally, a magnificent innings of 40 runs of 64. Very responsible innings from Anil Kumar comes to an end. Nepal are 117 for 3. So, with the fall of the wicket, Kiran Thagunna, the new batter, comes into bat. So, the partnership of the 100-run stand has been finally broken. Arjun Kumar played excellent. No comments about his innings. A very, very responsible innings comes to an end, and a successful over for Canada. So halfway through the mark, Nepal are 117 for 3, still requiring 124 runs.
Now this is a perfect situation for Canada to break this partnership, apply some pressure to the new man in Kiran Thagunna. It would be interesting to see the skipper coming in. Well, absolutely, Saad bin Jafar coming in. Well, they could still place a slipping place for Kiran Thagunna to apply that pressure. Appeal, Sandeep Johra not happy. Well, I guess that was a bit of optimistic appeal from Saad bin Jafar, but Sandeep Johra is not happy.
That ball was way outside the off stump. Sandeep Johra went on teasing the ball. Maybe got a very thin ace, but he looked very disappointed with himself, or maybe the decision. Nevertheless, back-to-back wickets. Let's have a look at the replay. That looks really close to the bat. Ayush, safe grab. He's very disappointed with the decision. Maybe with himself touch a bit, because why did I even go for the shot for that? White one loses his wicket. Not happy at all, captain. So 2 big blows for Nepal in successive overs. Captain getting rid of the captain.
Well, it will be interesting to see the replay once again, because the ball was way outside the leg stump. You were just trying to sweep the ball. I guess it was because of the sound, because the expression of Sandeep Johra clearly said that the ball was not nicked. I guess the sound of the gloves in the bat, you could just see there.
But the keeper was really very confident. He didn't even look at the umpire. He just went with the flow after grabbing the catch. Let's have that. That's way outside the leg stump. He didn't even have to attempt the shot. Look at the keeper. As soon as he grabbed it, he was not even looking at the umpire. He was just rushing in.
Well, both keeper and bowler were just looking confident. They were just not looking at the umpire. But Sandeep Johra expression said it all. Well, the momentum has worked for Canada now, getting rid of 2 set batsmen. And Sandeep Johra and Arjun Kumar. Now this is a perfect platform. You could just see this is an interesting captaincy. Credit needs to be given to Saad bin Jafar. There are 2 new men in the crease. He has brought in the slip. Still, it would be a concerning thing for the Canadian side, because you've got left-hand, right-hand combination, and that's a good approach as well. Kiran Thagunna coming in. Well, it would be interesting to see from this angle. Sandeep Johra just right to play. Well, I guess it was just because of the sound.
Maybe the bat hitting the ground, or maybe there was a thin edge. There's no system sneak available in here, so we'll give the credit to the umpire and we'll move on with the game. In the meantime, what I was trying to add was, you don't always need to bowl the good balls to get wickets. Sometimes the worst of the deliveries produce wickets in cricket. That's what just happened to very well set batter Sandeep Johra.
Absolutely. Now this is a good move as well in the matchups. You could just see now. You could see that off spinner coming in from one end to tackle that left arm batsman. Bashir Ahmed, as a left-handed batsman, you'll always have that opportunity against left arm spinners, and so left hand right hand combination in the middle for Nepali. Basi needs to take some time out there.
Yeah, all they need to do is take their time, assess the pitch, assess the condition, and then free the arms. So required rate has gone up to 5.13, and after 26, Nepal are 117 for the loss of 4 wickets. So back-to-back successive overs for Canada, got rid of both set batters. Kiran Thagunna and Bashir Ahmed are 2 new batters in the middle. Kiran Thagunna on strike. Let's have a look at that replay again. Way outside leg stump. He could have just let it go, but he tried to attempt that sweep, so maybe he was trying to get that boundary again. Well, in the course, happened to lose his wicket. So Nepal again need to rebuild a partnership. A nice shot, a bit of fumble from the fielder. Kiran Thagunna is off the mark. That brings Bashir Ahmed in strike. How many times in cricket, Ayush, have you seen that a wicket falls and the partnership breaks and the wicket falls, another wicket falls, the setter batsman gets out in preceding overs? It's been a tendency in cricketing world.
Absolutely, as you are saying, you don't need that good delivery sometimes to get those wickets. Look at the wind out here. It would be interesting to see. You could just expect one of the medium pacers to just coming in to utilize this wind. That time it would be Nikhil Datta. So you have got that one left-handed batsman in crease, Bashir Ahmed. There's a slip in place. You could just see that fielders around that reason just to apply that pressure.
Yeah, you don't need to bring your medium paces because the spinners are doing a fine job for Canada at the moment. And if you talk about the wind, it's been the story since Canada were batting in the latest stages. So I don't think this wind is going anywhere, especially with the altitude that this ground is built up in. In this part of early stages of spring, you will get those winds. Otherwise, it used to be a very gentle breeze running across the going across the ground, but today it's very windy.
Once again, and this is the right approach by Nikhil Datta as well, coming around the stumps just to create that angle. The angle, it would always seem that the ball is coming in, but as off spinner, when you are balling to the left-handed batsman, the ball after pitching in just go away. So there's a slip in place. The field set has been clear. They just won. They have taken back that momentum. Now it's high time to apply the pressure.
And they are applying the pressure indeed. Just a single of that over. After 27, Nepal are 118 for 4. Look at the intensity of the wind. The flags are flying. It's waving like crazy. So anyone watching from any part of the world, you can see how strong the wind is. That's why we have been mentioning it every now and then during the game, because wind has come into play. We have seen some boundaries, the balls being pushed away like in speed because of the wind. So I think the captain of Canada, Bin Jaffer, has heard what my friend Ayush was talking about in the previous over. So some medium pace. Dylan is back into the attack.
Well, absolutely, Dylan Harlinger coming into the attack. You definitely go for those short balls. You have got that windy condition out here supporting you. There's a strong wind, right? And baller coming over the wicket. You could just bring that ball nipping back in to the right-handed Kiran Thagunna.
It will be interesting how the pitch behaves this time around. Way down the leg side, wide signaled. Well, the keeper is optimistic. He's going for everything now. Wide signal, umpire. No interest whatsoever in that. So in the first spell, when Dylan Harlinger was bowling, he was hitting the take really hard and he was getting that bounce off the pitch. It will be interesting to see after the pitch being dried out how it's going to behave.
The plan looks clear from Dylan Harlinger at the moment, Kiran. You could just see those seam-up deliveries. He knows there's a wind in the air. You could just get that moment. Look, this is what I was talking about. You're coming over the wicket. You have got that one slip in place. But still, we are in the 28th over. With the wind, the ball is just nipping back in towards the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, it's more than anything, it's the wind that's pushing the ball towards the batter. So in the early stages of your innings, Kiran Thagunna and Bashir Ahmed, they really have to be watchful, read the ball, how the pitch is behaving and how the wind is helping the bowler, and then disguise your shots accordingly.
This is such a nice thing to see. Dylan Harlinger loves hitting the deck hard, generating that bounce from the wicket.
In the meantime, overpitch delivery into his pads, used his wrist, lovely timing, played it down the ground all the way through towards the much needed 4 runs for Nepal.
Well, absolutely, at one point of time, the Canadian bowlers were just applying pressure to this 2 new men and just putting that ball fuller and delivery, targeting the pads of Kiran Thagunna. Look at that wrist movement from Kiran Thagunna. That was such a nice sight to see, Kiran.
Beautiful. He waited for the ball to come to him. The beauty about this shot was he was not committed to the shot very early. He was very watchful as it was just pitched in front of him. He used his wrist, timed it perfectly into the gap, 4 runs. And this is brilliant cricket. After the boundary, you steal a single. I always love this shot.
Absolutely. I'm loving how Canada is approaching the game at the moment with the field position that they have. They're just applying those pressure to the 2 new men, and we saw a slip at the start of the over for Dylan Harlinger. After that, in the previous delivery, the slip was just changed towards that gully position. Now the slip has been removed, the gully has been removed. There's
the charm of cricket has grown so much in Nepal, Ayush, as you can see the crowd all around, you know, like surrounding the stadium. People are watching it even from the pool up there. Beautiful shot in the meantime from Bashir Ahmed. Both these batters are taking their time and trying to set themselves up. But saying that, I was talking about the crowd. The people are in the street, in the highway, in the roads, you know, in the field, from their houses. They are watching this game from everywhere. What a sight it is. And it's been the story and the beauty of this game in any part of the world you go. Even the very tiny little one who just started walking is in the ground. What a sight would that be if that, like, when that little one grows up and says, I was in the ground when Nepal A was playing Canada 11, because this is history in making. It is the first time ever an A team of Nepal is playing another international team. So I feel very emotional and privileged when I understand the urgency of the situation and how the cricket has groomed in Nepal.
Dylan Hallinger, as a bowling unit, you'd always need to change your field position, your line and length when you have that left hand right hand combination in middle. Well, 28 over got Nepal a 1-5 for 4.
So Nikhil Datta continuing from another end, and why not? He has just taken the wicket of captain. He was the one who broke the partnership, actually, taking that very important wicket. He's continuing with his 4th over, done fine job, 3.1 overs, 14 runs and a wicket under his belt. Kiran Thagunna has already smashed a boundary. He's playing on 6 of 8 deliveries, and he'll be facing Nikhil Datta.
Well, the captain would want his experienced campaigner Nikhil Datta to produce something out here. His experienced campaigner has been representing Canada national cricket team since 2013, and after that he has got that experience of playing in various franchise leagues around the world. He has been part of Caribbean Premier League, Bangladesh Premier League, Global T20 Canada League. I still remember that one wicket that he took in 2015 playing for St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, the notable wicket of the former England international Kevin Peterson.
So if you look into the squad of Canada, the average age of the player comes down to 30 years. So it means that Canada must be grooming the young players. There are a couple, actually. Uday Bhagwan Singh, who has performed magnificently, is just 22 years of age. Hurst is 26. Nicholas Crichton is 25 years old. Apart from them, most of the players are in their 29s or 30s or late 30s. So Canada needs to groom the next generation, saying that the young Bashir Ahmed from Nepal is showing his class. Smashed that ball for his first boundary, just releasing the pressure of losing those wickets in successive overs and trying to keep that run rate in control.
Well, the current run rate has been in control for Nepal when the partnership was going between Arjun and Sandeep Johra. Bashir Ahmed continuing the form that he was in the first match, scored that half century. Look at that elegant drive, a beautiful sight to see, Kiran.
Absolutely gorgeous, that hand movement, and he posed it for photographer as well after the shot was being hit. Beautiful sight. And then one thing Nepal has been doing exceptionally well is after every boundary they have been able to take a single and bring the non-striker batter into the strike. So Kiran Thagunna will be playing the final delivery of 4th over of Nikhil Datta. He's gone for runs, conceded 20, but has been able to take one very important wicket. Chipped in the air, cleared the infield, ran towards the boundary, and 4 runs. Beautiful shot. So he wasn't trying to hit the ball very hard on this occasion. He just timed it perfectly, cleared that infield, and he knew very well that there was no protection in that region. 4 runs.
Look at that presence of mind out there. Just made that room inside out shot, chipped it in the air. There's no fielder out there. Wind moving in that direction. Always had that opportunity. Brilliantly played by Kiran Thagunna. Good over so far for Nepal side. 11 runs coming off this over. After end of 29th over, Nepal 136 for 4.
So Hellier continuing his over. Dylan has bowled decently, I must say, though he's gone for 29 runs, but he has been very composed. He's not trying to do anything fancy, just relying on that line and length. So it'll be interesting to see how much of help is he going to get off the pitch and the wind.
Both the players, Bashir Ahmed and Kiran Thagunna, had a good run in the Prime Minister's Cup. One innings of Bashir Ahmed, the crucial innings, the partnership with the skipper of Trivan Army Club, Binod Bhandari, 98 not out in that innings when Trivan Army Club were just tumbling there, struggling. Bashir at that point of time showed that maturity in his innings. Both the players are brought in to the Nepal A side, talking about Kiran Thagunna, the guy from Sudur Paschim province. What a run he has had in the Prime Minister's Cup. 4 half centuries, brilliant innings, making his spot secured for the team. They need to build that partnership now.
Nicely played, waited for the ball to till the very last moment, open the face of the ball bat just for an easy single. Yes, Kiran Thagunna was really impressive in the PM Cup, especially with the temperament he was carrying when he was batting, was simply superb. And with the courtesy of those innings, he is actually been selected and is representing Nepal in this tournament facing Canada 11.
This is what I guess Dylan would be wanting to ball the number of deliveries to the right-handed batsman. He's bringing that ball back in, nipping back into Kiran Thagunna.
So to apply the pressure from where I see is Canada should be bowling those dot deliveries a lot, as Dylan has done in this over. 4 balls, just 1 run conceded, 3 dot balls. So dot balls will create the pressure amongst the batter, and that's when they lose their cool and happen to lose their wicket playing some casual shots. So that's the gift Canada has got in form of Dylan. He has been really impressive with the consistent line he has been bowling most of the occasions in this innings.
Absolutely. Kiran, you could just see Dylan Hellinger in the previous over and in this over. From one end, he's applying that pressure, he's creating those dot deliveries, but the ballers coming from other end needs to support Dylan Hellinger because the runs are leaking from the other end.
Beautiful shot, a great effort from the fielder. He just touched the ball, that decreased the speed, otherwise that ball was traveling. And remember, the ball was hit against the wind as well, so that must have slowed the pace as well. Let's have a look at that last shot. Overpitch delivery, beautifully played, diving effort. Great sight all over, great cricketing display over there. You know, that's why the fielding in gully, point and cover becomes so important, because they save lots of run for your side.
You always want your best fielders to be in that area. Look at that wind, strong wind coming here in Mulphani cricket ground. And Hars now coming in from that end. The plan has been clear that we are talking about. Hars coming in from the Gulf end. He has changed this end because as a Canadian side, you want to tempt the batsman to play those shots around that leg side region when you have that longer boundary against the wind. Well, the wind is getting stronger. Harsh now coming into the left-handed Bashir Ahmed. Bashir this time. A brilliant shot there by Bashir Ahmed. Left-handed batsman, you have that opportunity in the leg side where you have got that shorter boundary. The wind blowing in that area. Brilliant shot. Look at that back foot transformation from Bashir. Look at that transfer of body weight towards that back foot.
A great shot indeed there from Bashir Ahmed. So these two batters are playing their shots at their will, and the wind is supporting them equally. So another headache for Canada from here on. They need to break the partnership. Already Bashir is playing on 14 and Kiran is well supporting him on 13.
From the end that Harsh is coming in, from the angle, you'd always want the ball to just nip back in towards the left-handed batsman, but naturally as an off-spinner, the ball after pitching in towards the left-handed batsman, the ball will always go away. But you could see that wind coming in, that is helping Harsh Thakur to just bring in with the angle, nipping back into Kiran Thakunna, and that is the reason why they have not missed the slip, Kiran, because Harsh is just trying to bring the ball towards the left-handed Bashir Ahmed.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, in Canada you are not used to these conditions, because just after winter the spring also becomes very cold in there. It was snowing some time ago, and then the weather is really cold, so they are not used to these conditions. And then how they've carried themselves under the circumstances is commendable. Look at that shot. That pull shot was amazing. The timing was exquisite.
Well, and the thing that I was talking about, the transfer of weight towards his back foot made that shot look so easy, a pickup shot.
The most amazing thing was how he made room for himself to open his face of the bat, free his arms, and then go all the way around with his shot.
This time, Harsh gets the wicket of Kiran Thakunna. A quicker one through the air, targeting the stumps. Kiran Thakunna was just trying to play that sweep shot. A brilliant delivery from Harsh Thakur to dismiss Kiran Thakunna. The plan has worked for Canada.
Absolutely, and that was nearly an unplayable delivery. Spinner increasing the pace of the ball, balling in that block hole reason. Well, Kiran tried his best to put his bat and defend that ball. Went through bat and bat, straight to stumps, crashed it. Kiran Thakunna, well, he supported well, I must say, after the consecutive fall of wickets. That brings Rashid Khan into the strike. So game is evenly poised now, Ayush.
Well, absolutely, the game is evenly poised. Rashid Khan used to consider him as a bowler, now turning out as a batting all-rounder. Got that century. So look at this delivery, quicker through the air, offered that room, tempted Basir. You could just see Basir being tempted with that sweep shot, Kiran, because of the flight that he offered. But he was quicker through the air, straight into the block hole, did not read that line of the ball, and Bashir Ahmed, beg your pardon, Kiran Thakunna just trying to play that sweep shot, lost his wicket.
What amazing thing with that delivery was it was flighted up in the air. It looped at the very last moment, hit the block hole, off to the stumps. A great sight for any spinner.
Absolutely, and because of the flight that he offered, he was quicker through the air. Kiran was just tempted to play that sweep shot, not judge that length of the ball.
So the spin department doing job for Canada again. The wicket fell in the very last delivery of that over, so that means Bashir Ahmed will be taking this strike and will be facing, is that Nikhil Datta?
The skipper would want to come in, because you know, as a left-handed batsman, it's pretty easy to play the left-hand spinners with the angle. But one important thing with Canadian team in this game, particularly Kiran, is Saad still has his 5 overs to go. Look at his economy, just conceded 19 runs, has picked up that wicket, and Saad bin Jafar has 5 overs still to go. In the first game, if you see Saad bin Jafar coming in, he was bowling those quick deliveries, was coming from one end, continuously bowling in. That made number of overs to complete. He completed his spell pretty well, but now coming in, he knows that importance of Saad coming in from one end, because you have got many right-handed batsmen to come in. He has kept his over, he has focused on those matchups, and a brilliant captaincy there by the skipper.
Yeah, a great study of your opponent. If I'm not wrong, he has gone through with the batting lineup of Nepal, assessed how many right-handed batters are there. So he didn't bowl much when the left-handers were operating. So now, as Bashir Ahmed and Rashid Khan are in the middle, Saad bin Jafar has decided to bring himself in.
So you just have one left-handed batsman now, that is Bashir Ahmed. And after that, Saad knows this importance, because he needs to keep his over, because after that, there are various right-handed batsmen coming in, following by all the right-handed batsmen.
Yeah, Nepal operated with Sher Mullah, who was already gone. He came up after the loss of the first wicket. Couldn't do much, was gone for 7, and then since then there was a great partnership built between Arjun and Captain Jora. So it will be interesting to see how Bashir will approach him. I think he is the last left-hander in the side.
Nepali team coming to play against the Canadian 11 with just 2 left-handed batsmen. You could just see Bashir Ahmed and Suzan Thapalia, who is not been part of the playing 11 today. Is not in the playing 11 in the first game as well. This time slowed through the air, just tempting Bashir Ahmed around that 4th stump. And a brilliant delivery as well. You could just see 2 fielders out there, backward point and point fielder just placed in. The gap is there. Just tempting Bashir to go over that gap. This time it was a lower full toss.
That ball was in the air, just over the reach of the flying captain, who couldn't grab the ball. Easy single for Bashir Ahmed. So with the bat, the captain was not being able to do much, but he's doing his job and doing it very fine with the ball in his hand. So captain is leading from the front for the both sides. Sandeep Jora did his part. Amazing innings with bat. And here is Saad bin Jafar trying to do the same for his side with the ball in his hand. So just a single of that over. 94 runs still required for Nepal. After 32, Nepal are 147 for 5.
Well, Harsh has now 3 overs to go. The plan could be clear from here. Harsh Thakur coming in. If Harsh could just take the wicket, the left-handed Bashir Ahmed, then once again the left-handed duo of Saad bin Jafar and Shahid Ahmed Jai would come into play in tandems, coming in from both the end.
That particular delivery was played very late. People are sharing foods, they are sharing the peanuts, the oranges, which are very popular, especially in this season in Nepal. You know, enjoying the game. It's always a very pleasant sight to see, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. See, the plan is clear when Harsh is operating from the Gulf end. He's bringing the ball back towards Rashid Khan. You could just tempt Rashid to play along with the spin through the leg side.
Nicely done. He's not offering any width whatsoever to any of the batter. Bowling to stump line, going for the kill. He's looking for another wicket. It's Harsh.
Once again, a brilliant delivery this time. The plan was clear. He was just targeting the stumps in 2 deliveries to Rashid Khan. After that, just giving the air, straight delivery and that 4th stump.
So 2 balls to go in this over. So Nepal has to be really careful, especially with these 2 batters. Just play just for 1s or 2 for his over, and then capitalize on other bowlers, because Harsh is bowling superb at the moment.
He has been consistent, Harsh Thakur. A brilliant over from Harsh. Just 1 run considered of this over. It's 33 gone. Nepal a 148 for 5.
So, Captain Saad bin Jafar continuing with his seventh over, 20 runs for 1 wicket in his 6 overs so far. Bashir Ahmad is playing on 17 of 25 deliveries.
Well, one reason I guess, Kiran, Saad coming in from that end to Bashir Ahmad is the reason if Bashir wants to be tempted to play that shot in the leg side, in the longer side of the boundary against the wind, I guess that is the reason why Saad has changed his and coming in from the road and just to tempt Bashir Ahmad.
That might be one of the reasons, because Bashir is very good playing of the back foot with the pull shots or dancing down the ground. So he just want to make sure even if Bashir decides to go over the top, it will be against the wind in the air for a longer time, so that will give him an opportunity to grab the wicket. So very clever thinking there from Captain Saad bin Jafar, who is bowling really beautifully today. So Rashid Khan will be facing him, played 6 deliveries, still to get up the mark. Attempted trips at the balls in the air, beaten the fielder, couldn't clear the boundary. So finally Rashid Khan gets up the mark with sweep shot. He was not afraid to play it in the air, as you can see in the replay. He shot it, swept it, top airs in the air. Lucky for him, it landed in no man's land. Now it's Bashir's turn. He's played along the ground. So that's what Nepal need to do. They cannot afford to lose another wicket anytime sooner. They need to build up at least 340 runs partnership and then go for the business from there.
Absolutely, you got that good lower middle order and middle order coming in. Flighted delivery this time, straight into the paths of Rashid. Canada at the moment the game is poised balanced out here, Kiran, because Canada has brought back that momentum towards themselves after picking wickets in quick success, and 3 wickets coming in. 2 wickets of the setman Arjun Kumal and the skipper Sandeep Johra. After that it was Kiran Thakur to go. Beautiful delivery, completely open up Bashir Ahmad.
Bashir had got no idea whatsoever about that delivery. Just put his bat hoping that it would edge it. Lucky for him and lucky for Nepal, Bashir survives after 34. Nepal are 152 for 5. So Hers back into the attack with his 9th over, 30 runs, taking that one very important wicket. Has bowled really well, hasn't offered any width or any room for batter whatsoever. He's aiming that stump with every single delivery. Premeditated reverse sweep. A big appeal for LBW. Empire is not interested. Maybe just drifting slightly towards the leg stump. Lucky escape for Rashid Khan. That could have been very costly for him. Premeditated. Look at that. Even he was in the position. The ball pieced outside the leg stump. That might have probably saved him.
Rashid was just looking at the field set because there is no fielder. How did there in the leg side reason he could just go in, because if he was playing that shot towards that leg side and where he was batting at the moment, it would be the longest boundary of the side playing against the wind. So I guess that is the reason why he was being predetermined to just play those reverse sweep.
There's the fine leg very deep into the boundary. especially for that reverse sweep. Played it late but straight into the hand of the fielder. There's no run, so Nepal need to build a partnership. They don't need to do anything fancy. Plenty of overs still to go. In fact, 15 overs after this. They just need 88 runs, so all they need to do is save the wickets and just get that ones and twos. Just keep rotating the strike and keep rotating the scorecard and go for the business towards the end of the game.
Another brilliant over. Just a run considered of this over of Hearts. Well, at the end of 35th over, Nepal A are 153 for 5. Well, Saad bin Jafar continuing in from the road, and they still have got Shahid Ahmed Jai, who is another left-arm spinner, to come in. So Saad is just keeping him waiting for the other right-handed batsman to just come in, because he knows the importance of having one left-arm spinners to keep you that over, because you've got that depth in the Nepalese batting lineup with all the right-handed batsmen to follow up now.
Well played, but there is protection in their point gully. Like, it's packed in that region. There's no... The batsman has to be very exquisite with their timing to pierce that infield and get that boundary. That's what Rashid's trying to do. Try the reverse sweep. He was trying to go big. He's trying to attempt that slot shot.
Absolutely, with the wind, he's trying to hit over that mid-wicket region. But one thing that Canada has done so well, if you look at the 3-4 overs, is that they have been consistently bowling those dot deliveries and applying that pressure over these two batsmen.
Beautifully bowled. The variations that the Canadian bowlers are bowling are commendable. The quicker ones have been their biggest weapon. Amazing how they trust their instinct and playing according to the need of the game. Sensible batting there from Rashid Khan.
You could just see the required run rate, Kiran, because if you're just looking before the for the previous 4 overs, it was just around that 5 runs per over, and Nepal were consistently making runs around that 4 runs per over. But now you could just see, after plenty of dot deliveries being bowled in it, they have been not letting those batsmen rotate the strikes, and after that the required run rate has increased a bit. Ah, beautiful delivery!
Was that in the air? The players are having their hands up in the head. That must have been very close. The keeper did all he could. First take, second take, third take, and then it was fumbled off his hand. Look at that. Wow, that was a quicker one again. He tried his level best, but it popped out of his gloves. He has been really impressive so far.
That was a beautiful delivery from Saad bin Jafar. You could just see that ball getting that turn from the wicket. Missed the stumps. Just too close. At one point of time, I thought it went on to hit the top of off.
Great delivery. As I was talking about, the quicker ones from Canadian spinners have been phenomenal. And so has been this guy, Hurst, into his final over. What a spell. Especially this last spell has been phenomenal. From this off spinner, beautifully bowled, played equally well towards the leg side for a single. That's what Nepal needs to do. There have been so many dot balls in recent overs, so they need to convert those dot into singles and doubles.
An interesting field set out there. There's no mid-on, mid-off. They have kept that silly mid-on and mid-off in place. There's a backward point out there. There's short point and deep mid-wicket. Interesting field set, to be honest, because they know that importance, because as a spinner coming in to ball Harsh Thakur to the right-handed batsman, with the spin the batsman could just play those shot in the back foot through the V region, mid-on and mid-off. So that is the reason why they are kept in silly mid-on and silly mid-off, just to build that pressure with those dot deliveries. An interesting field set. You need to give credit to the captain Saad right here, because they want to keep that dot deliveries in consistency to apply that pressure.
they have done their homework regarding every batter of Nepal, and because what you can see is they have set the field in absolute right reasons where the specific batter have got their speciality. Softening the fielding every single time a batsman comes into play is a great sight. So that's what you need to do, understand your opponent well and expose them so that they will do something stupid. In the meantime, played it with very soft hands. There's protection out in the boundary. The fielder from long on came and fielded that ball. Just kept it to a single with the final delivery of Hurst Tucker's spell. 9.5 overs, 1 wicket, and conceded just 33 runs.
Well, now it's interesting to see. You could just see the long on fielder just coming at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
And of an absolutely brilliant bowling display from Hurst Tucker. 10 overs, 33 runs, 1 wicket is his bowling display in this game. And as the players take drinks break, Nepal are 157 for 5 after 37, requiring 84 runs. So the players look pumped after the drinks break. A great shot from Bashir, smashed it for a boundary. Saad bin Jafar continuing in his 9th over. Played it nicely. Now the batters are set there, finding the gaps quite easily. Already 6 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Nepal is batting the way they should because the required rate is climbing up slowly, 6.24 to be exact at this moment. Goes wild. Ball's racing towards the boundary. There is protection in there.
Now this contest is evenly matched at the moment. The run a ball situation required. Just one thing for Canada is, like, if they want to apply some pressure, if they're not getting those wickets, they need to ball those consistent dot deliveries.
They do need to, but for Nepal, the run rate is climbing, so they are opening their arms. The message from the dressing room is clear. Go for the shots if you feel comfortable about it, because Nepal still have got 5 wickets remaining. They cannot put the pressure of dot balls towards the batter coming into bat later in the stages. So a productive over for Nepal. 8 runs conceded of it. After 38, Nepal are 164 for 5, requiring 77 runs to win. So Nikhil Datta has been brought back into the attack as Harsh has completed his 10 overs. Rashid Khan will be facing him for the very first time. Rashid Khan has taken his time, 22 deliveries. He has faced so far, has scored just 7 runs. Just trying to adjust his bowling run-up is Nikhil Datta. 24 runs he has conceded in his 4 overs, has gone for runs, but has taken one very important wicket in that crucial phase of the game. Down the leg, played it fine, but straight into the fielder. That's been the story for Rashid Khan. He hasn't been able to find those gaps that he would normally like to have. So run rate is climbing up, 6.5 and over is the required rate from here on. They cannot afford to get too many dot balls. A single get off the strike, bring Bashir on strike facing Nikhil Datta, because Bashir looks more composed, more focused and more comfortable, to be very honest. So he'll be facing Nikhil Datta. There's a slight adjustment in the field for Bashir, the left-hander. Was in the air, lucky, didn't carry to the keeper. Sorry, I beg your pardon, to the bowler. So he's wearing his pace, wearing his line, is Nikhil Datta. And Bashir Ahmad is looking for that boundary which is required for Nepal. They need to at least score 4 to 5 runs every over. Just a single and 3 dot deliveries in this over so far. So here comes Nikhil Datta, angling in towards the batsman, into the pads, played it softly down the ground for a single. So 2 runs with the final delivery to go. Rashid Khan will be facing Nikhil Datta. Still 75 runs required of 67 deliveries. So the game is evenly poised at the moment. Rashid Khan coming down the ground. He wanted to, but had to adjust at the very last moment. So that concludes a very tight over from Nikhil Datta. Just 2 runs conceded after 39. Nepal are 166 for 5.
The last over of the second power play. After that, Canada would have that opportunity of bringing 5 fielders.
Last over for Saad bin Jafar as well. So this is the over Nepal needs to go through, and after that they should be able to open the arms. Required run is climbing. It's nearly 7 and over, 6.92 to be precise. So they cannot afford to have too many dot balls, as I've already mentioned. Towards the leg, flicked it fine, racing towards the boundary, a much needed boundary for Nepal, and the man himself, Bashir Ahmad. He's looking very comfortable, Ayush, considering the fact is Rashid Khan is struggling on the other end, has already faced more than 27-28 deliveries just for 8 runs.
Well, you could just see in this shot, start getting the pads, so Fuller one, Bashir just trying to guide that ball. He knew there was no fielder out there. Just punched it. There's a fielder in, long off, interesting field set. And this is what happens as a bowler. You consistently need to change your line and length. You consistently need to change your fielding position when you have got that left hand right hand combination in middle.
So Saad bin Jafar in his final over already has gone for a boundary. Rashid Khan opens his arms, the ball's in the air. Great effort in the boundary, but couldn't stop it. The ball went all the way through. It was a flat horizontal 6. A great shot indeed from Rashid Khan. Finally, he has broken his shackles.
Well, absolutely a much needed over for Nepal at the moment. Canada were just pressurizing Nepal with those dot deliveries. This time with the wind, Ra Singh playing that shot. The shorter boundary in the leg side. Good thinking there by Rashid Khan. The wind has also helped the ball to travel that distance, Kiran.
Absolutely, that will provide a lot of confidence to a struggling Rashid Khan. What a shot it was. Let's have a look at that replay. Ball tossed up, made room for himself, smashed it towards the mid-wicket region for excellent 6. So a very productive over for Nepal. 11 runs of that over after 40. Nepal are 177 for 5. Nikhil Datta continuing. 40 overs have been bowled, 64 runs needed of 60 deliveries. It cannot get more interesting than this. So there is the umpire with the signal of the power play. 5 fielders can actually stay outside that 30-yard circle, protecting the boundary. Nice shot. It doesn't make much of the difference. Played equally well. Hurst there with a fumble that allowed the batters come back for the second run.
Now at the moment Nikhil Datta needs to be clever from here. He can just afford to ball around that fourth stump, fifth stump, giving that room in offer to the left-handed Basir Ahmed, because if you are bowling the fuller delivery in the middle and leg stump, Basir has that opportunity to go over the leg side with the wind towards the shorter boundary. There's two fielders, there's two protection out there in the deep. You got deep square leg and deep mid wicket for the left-handed Basir Ahmed.
Yeah, long on and long off in place, protecting the boundary. Two fielders on the leg side. Very interesting. There is a wide gap open in this mid-wicket region. If the batter can just time the ball in this area, there is a big gap. Played it fine. The fielder is there, but he will just be a spectator. A splendid shot from Rashid Khan. He is opening his arms now. 7 runs already in this over, just 3 deliveries ball. So Nepal are opening up. Look at that, placed it on the leg side, used his wrist, played it fine, beautiful shot. Result 4 runs.
Well, we need to praise Rashid Khan for the placement out there, because there was a fielder inside the 30-yard circle, wide short fine leg. There was deep square leg placed a bit closer towards that deep fine leg region as well. But you need to give credit, the follow through of the bat, you could just see he just placed the ball, dissecting 2 of the fielders in the use of the mind. And you need to be sensible while playing those sweep shots as well. You need to place those gaps, you need to find those gaps.
That's what we were talking about previously. The batter, they need to get settled in these sort of pitches, understand, assess it, and then play your shots. That's what exactly Basir Ahmed and Rashid Khan did. So they are picking up with the gap of the deliveries and the runs. 56 still required. Run a ball from here on. Ayush, the game is on.
Well, the 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, they have got a deep covers out there. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg in place. From here, if Nikhil Datta want to produce something, he could just tempt Basir Ahmed with the flighted delivery, overpitch delivery around that leg stump region. But he needs to be concerned over there, because if Basir Ahmed will go for that slog sweep through the deep mid wicket region, he'll get that advantage of the shorter boundary and the wind. So it's a bit challenging for Nikhil Datta regarding the line and length of this delivery.
It is indeed, played it down the leg side with soft hands, bottom hand coming into play just for another single. So 9 runs coming up that Nikhil Datta over after 41. Nepal 186 for 5.
Now this is getting interesting. They are consistently changing their field. Out here the deep mid wicket fielder has been brought in. The short mid wicket.
So change in bowling. Khalid had a brilliant fourth spell when we grabbed those 2 wickets of Bhim Sarki and Manan with the very first delivery. Is coming back into the action because the captain Jaffer desperately needs wicket. So rather than going hard for the shot, the Nepalese batter could just utilize the pace and just place the ball in the right areas. Will do the job for Nepal.
Well, Khalid taking some time. Just his field position out there. The long on fielder has been called off to mid on. 5 fielder outside the 30-yard circle. You just see long off, deep point, deep third man, deep fine leg and deep square leg in place. I guess one opportunity out here for Khalid could be against the left-handed Basir Ahmed is to test him with the shorter deliveries, because he has got that fine leg fielder outside the 30-yard circle. He got deep square leg in against the wind, tempting tempting Bashir Ahmed to play the shot.
Way down the leg side, got away from his line. He has been pretty disciplined in his first spell, but that was a nothing delivery, I must say. A great effort from the keeper, just stopping that ball, though he can grab it. So comfortable 2 runs for Nepal, added to extras. Doesn't matter how the runs count, every run is very important from here on.
Well, Canada would be a bit of concern because they had the momentum in their hand when they picked up that 3 wickets in quick intervals, and after that, once again Bashir and Rashid rebuilding Nepal innings. They would be seeing themselves and not holding that momentum towards themselves. A brilliant delivery this time.
Great ball, short of length delivery, not trying to use a lot of pace in there, deceive the batsman completely. That's what Canada needs. The deliveries like that, keep the batsman guessing, play the mind game, and then commit the batter to play a false shot.
I feel Kiran, Khalid still have got that one delivery that he could just test the left-handed Bashir Ahmed when he comes back into the strike with the shorter delivery, forcing him to play in the leg side. This time it was a slower one. Now this is what I was talking about, Kiran. At this time, Khalid can just test one ball to the left-handed Bashir Ahmed, because Bashir has got that longer boundary on the leg side. You need to play that shot against the wind. You can keep your deep square leg fielder out there, deep fine leg fielder out there, test him with a shorter delivery, force him to play that pull shot. You could just get a wicket out here, but what might be Khalid thinking? That is an interesting opportunity.
There comes the fielder for that particular shot, so we might be expecting a short ball, or maybe that's just a deceiving strategy from the bowler, let's say. Now pitched in full, played it fine, just for a single easy run there. So the thing at the moment for both of the teams is Nepal cannot afford to have much of the dot deliveries. At the same time, Canada need a wicket.
Absolutely, we are just talking about that field set. The fielder was brought in to the deep square leg when Bashir was batting, but at that point of time I was personally not expecting a bouncer, to be honest, because there was no deep fine leg in place. The deep fine leg, because fielder was brought inside the 30-yard circle, was bowling those seam up deliveries. We have still not seen those crossing deliveries because Khalid has got that long has got that height. He could just hit the deck hard, bring the ball back, nipping in back this time, just rolling his finger through the seam.
With very interesting that with Rashid, who is a right-hander, he can play with the wind for the shorter deliveries. He's bowling short deliveries, but for Bashir, who has to actually bat against the wind, he is bowling the fuller length deliveries. There the spectators watching very closely to the stars in making. So Khalid will be tested. He hasn't bowled much in the tournament. In fact, this is his first game bowling for the first time. Done a great job to start the proceedings. He has to do the same if Canada needs to have any sort of chance to win the game. Yeah, he's been way too fuller for Bashir, if you have noticed, in this over especially. So not understanding the strategy perfectly. 42 overs gone, 191 for 5 with exactly 50 run needed of 48 deliveries. So there is a slight delay in the game as the batter Bashir Khan, just checking his bat. He wants Rashid Khan, is it? It's Bashir. Yeah, Bashir Ahmed. He wants to change the bat. Maybe he's asking for a bigger bat, a flatter bat, maybe the bat with which he scores plenty of run in the nets. Let's see how he goes now. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Bashir Ahmed. Rashid Khan will be facing Dillon. For the first time, he changed end for the medium pacer from Canada. It will be interesting to see how he goes about his business from this end.
Absolutely, Dillon loves hitting that deck hard, hitting that bounce from the wicket. We can see two fielder out there in the leg side, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Well, the fine leg fielder has been brought inside the 30-yard circle.
Here comes Dillon to Rashid Khan. Yeah, hitting the deck hard but finding the gap. There's a huge gap. There's no point in there. Easy picking for a single. A wild throw. It was almost in the half of the pitch. The batsmen were able to take the single. That brings Bashir Ahmed. That's been a problem for the captain, adjusting the field after almost every deliveries, because these batters are taking runs of almost every delivery. That's been a problem, and that has actually slowed down the over rate as well. So now from here on, 49 runs needed. Well, are you game is evenly poised, or you say Nepal has an upper hand so far?
Well, the game looks evenly poised at the moment, but the momentum, you talk about the momentum is with the Nepal A side at the moment, because they have rebuilt that innings at one point of time. When Canada were having that momentum within themselves, they've just brought that momentum back towards themselves. If the game is evenly poised, Kiran, but if Canada still wants to come back and apply some pressure over Nepal A, they need to pick up a wicket here. You can still see Dillon coming up with that seam-off delivery.
Yeah, for me, like, not just a wicket or two are very important, because the required run is less than 50-48 to be precise. Well, Rashid was dancing all over that pitch but couldn't connect it. He was making room for himself in the leg side, then he decided to go out of the offside, just flick that ball, missed it completely. So lots of dramas happening out in the middle. Dillon is hitting the deck hard. Rashid is looking for that boundary. The battle continues.
Once again, trying to make some room for himself to free his arms. There's a field out there, there's a protection in the deep. Once again, a misfield overthrow this time. Good running grit in the wicket. Good presence of mind by both the batsmen, converting the single into doubles.
Well, the courtesy of the misfield there that conceded extra run off the throw in there. It wasn't aiming towards the stumps at all. That's been one of the problems for Canada. The throw from the boundary hasn't been up to the mark so far in this innings. We have already seen a couple of fumbles, miscommunication, one's being converted into two, and well, only time will tell how much costly are these runs going to be for Canada.
Once again, making that room for himself, played it straight. Protection out there, two is the call. They would easily get those 2 runs.
So that's what I'm talking about. You don't always need to hit boundaries to keep the scoreboard ticking. The ones and the twos does the trick. As you can already see, 6 runs have been conceded of the over, but they haven't hit any boundary. But the last shot was beautiful, straight over the bowler's head, in the air, no chance whatsoever for any of the fielders. Easy 2.
Once again, making that room, less is out of the offside. There's still a protection out there in the deep.
Yeah, they have to be a bit careful when playing the shot on the offside, because the wind's blowing towards that side. Either they have to go towards, like, with the full swing of the bat, or they have to just play the check shot, just place it in the gap and get that run. So that is the end of over number 43. Nepal are 198 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Khalid coming in. Canada desperately need a wicket from here. This time, full toss. The ball goes towards the crowd with the wind. It clears the boundary. Well, Rasi is asking the umpire for a no ball. That was just a gift. You can just see.
For me, it looked like the beamer. Let's have a look. Yes, it was indeed. It was way over the waist high. Well, Rasi said thank you, banged it, going, and gone over the top for a magnificent 6. Well, I was very surprised as that was not given as a no ball. That was a beamer and should have been a warning for the bowler as well.
You were just asking for that no ball with the leg umpire, but leg umpire looking not interested out there. But that was just a gift because you got a sort of boundary in the leg side. This is what we are talking about with the wind. If you get this sort of deliveries, you can just play those shots in the leg side. There's been a change in the fielding position now. This deep mid wicket coming in.
So Canada is getting the taste of its own medicine. Boundary of the very first delivery will keep the bowler under pressure. That's what Canada did in much part of their innings. You know, going for those 4 runs in first 2 deliveries, keeping the bowlers under pressure. Now this time around, Rashid Khan decided enough is enough. If you give me those balls, I can smash it over the top for the whole day. Already 7 runs of the first 2 deliveries. Khalid under pressure.
And absolutely, the Canadian side under pressure at the moment. Because they desperately needed some dot deliveries or a wicket from here to just take the game towards the last over. We saw the required run rate around that 6.53, but now it has fallen off till 5 runs per this over. Nepal are having a good run in the previous 2 overs. They are getting those runs. They're maintaining that current run rate.
And I want to remind our viewers that this is the second game of the 3-game tournament. Canada was victorious in the first game for 12 wickets, and in this game Nepal, well, they are on top at the moment, to be very honest. We still have to see, and there is one more game coming on 10th of Fagun. That is this Thursday, the final game of the tournament. So if you are around Kathmandu, please do visit Mulpani Cricket Ground. It's going to be a phenomenal final game.
Now you can see that deep fine leg fielder, deep square leg. Well, the plan was clear because we could just see the short fine leg fielder being placed at deep fine leg. Khalid coming around the wicket. He went for that bouncer, but the bouncer around that off stump reason. Still feel if you are getting that field position, you could just target the body. You can tempt the batsman to play that pull shot against the wind.
And one thing, Ayush, that I wanted to add was he could have attempted the Yorker, but I'm very sure the first delivery that went for 6, it was aimed for that Yorker lane delivery, but he missed it completely. He was lucky to get away with that. That was not even considered as a no ball. Now crowd are getting involved, Ayush.
Well, the 12th man for Nepali cricket, well, a slower delivery, slower Yorker, missed the stumps, missed the keeper's gloves.
So Nepal is certainly having an edge over Canada. At this moment, a fall of wicket will be very, very, very interesting.
Now we got a similar kind of field position that Khalid ball to Basir Ahmed. There's a deep fine leg out there. There's deep square leg. There's deep mid wicket. Well, can he attempt Basir to play that pull shot, target the body? He got the 3rd man fielder inside the circle now. I guess, is it a cross seam delivery?
It was indeed the cross seam angling towards the batter, but Bashir did well to play it down the ground for a single comfortable one. So it's like 10 runs being conceded of the overs so far with 1 delivery to go. Rashid Khan on strike.
Well, a good presence of mind. This is what I was talking about from the previous over. You could test the left-handed batsman to play that pull shot against the wind, but you need to see how Basir Ahmed realized that fact that he has got the longer boundary in the leg side against the wind. He just played the shot without putting any effort, just guiding the ball, playing it down the ground, not going for that aerial shot.
That was a wild swing, a wide delivery declared by the umpire, a no ball and a free hit coming on your way. Khalid overstepped on this occasion. The youngster feeling the pressure out in the middle.
It was just a bit away from that crease and the hand goes there. The free hit delivery. Rashid Khan was trying to go for that big shot.
Can try that again.
Well, absolutely. He has got now the license to try the similar kind of shot. You cannot change your fielding position now. But still, there's two protection out there in the deep. Will he go for that slower one?
Bang! She goes. The ball's in the air. Even if it's caught, it's not going to be out because it's a free hit. Just a single of the final delivery. A very expensive over for Canada. 12 run conceded of it.
The credit needs to be given to Khalid the way he targeted that off stump reason, taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman because it was a free hit and he could not have afford to just pitch the ball around that middle and leg stump.
So Nepal in very comfortable position. That just 31 runs needed of 36 deliveries from here on. That over from Amor Khalid changed the whole complexion of the game. Ayush, 13 runs in that over with a big 6. So let's have a look at that partnership. The game changed when Sandeep Johra and Arjun Kumar were batting 104 runs. That changed the whole complexion of the game. And this partnership, well, it looks like it's gonna be equally important. 62 runs partnership. Amor Khalid started brilliantly, but has gone for runs in his second spell. The spinners did amazing job for Canada, grabbing 1 wicket each, and that was when the partnership was building. They were able to break the partnership, but these two batters had different plan in their mind, executing it beautifully. Dylan comes into attack and Rashid will be on strike.
Not just this partnership. We're talking about it. That was a gift. That was just a gift. A lower full toss to Rashid Khan. You don't have fielder down there in the deep in the cover region. And getting that boundary of the first ball. Pressure now to the Canadian side.
Look at that replay. I'm very sure he was aiming for that block hole region. Couldn't even get closer to it. Full toss on offer. Well, he will take like Valentine's gone, but I'll take the gift.
Well, and you're talking about the importance of this partnership, Kiran, but we cannot just forget the partnership that was between Basir Ahmed and Kiran Thaguna, because they were at one point of time, Nepali team, the momentum was in the Canadian side. Though that was not much of a big partnership, but they holded their innings. They tried to rebuild that innings. So that partnership with Bashir and Kiran Thaguna still laid that foundation for both the new men to just come in.
Yeah. Another thing was the partnership between Sandeep and Arjun. What it did was it gave that luxury of playing some dot balls towards the start of the innings for Bashir, Kiran, along with Rashid as well. As you can see, the beautiful moon rising up in the sky along with the sun. At the moment, Nepalese players are shining like sun bright up in the sky, dancing down the wicket, trying to go for that big shot is Bashir. Maybe he wants to get that 50 before the game's over.
Well, I guess they don't want to take the game till the last over, because they have seen in the if it's in the last over, both the team would have that pressure. So as a batting unit, as a chasing side, you would just always want to finish the game before that, moving on to the last over.
And another thing is Nepal has got luxury of those 5 wickets sitting in the dressing room, dying to come back in the middle and finish the game as soon as possible. Beautifully ball delivery, shot of length, and equally good running between the wicket. That was a very clever call from Rashid Khan. He was running with the bowler, he was running towards the danger end. It was his call. At the end of the day, like an easy single for Nepal. 6 runs have come already into this over. Required run has gone down to just above 4.5. 25 runs just required of 32 deliveries in a very, very comfortable situation, Nepal at the moment.
Absolutely, they are in a very comfortable situation at the moment. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Just required 25 runs. The team would be definitely wanting this to pair to finish this innings. They're just going after the loose deliveries, and the beautiful thing about this partnership has been the strike rotation.
Bang, she goes up in the air. The fielder is running, lands in no man's land. Easy single. So 7 runs being conceded in this over so far with a ball to go. So it's getting really comfortable for the batters out there. They are seeing the ball very clearly. The ball's not doing much of the pitch either at the moment, Ayush. So it's been like, you know, the practicing game for Nepal from here on.
Well, a bit of surprising move there for the Canadian bowler, because we have not seen those variations being bowled, not seen those cutters being bowled, because when you compare to the first innings where Nepal were bowling, Rashid Khan coming in from the Gulf end and Rizan Dakal coming in from the road, and they were just focusing on those cutters, those variations to play with the batsman mind. But we have seen Dylan Hellinger bowling with that seam-up delivery, has not tried those cutters so much, and Khalid coming in from the other end, he has also been bowling with those seam-up deliveries. We have not seen cutters, and if you just want to test, if you just want to take some risk, you could go with those variation, ball those off cutters, leg cutters, slower deliveries.
So the fact is, Nepal pace bowler were trying to overdo the things, and Canadian pace bowlers are underdoing those things, Ayush. So that's been the problem for them. So required rate is 4.8, just 24 runs needed of the last 5 overs. And well, as they are not getting wicket, the captain has decided to go with spin attack. Very interesting move at this moment, looking at how the game's standing. So it will be Rashid Khan on strike. In the meantime, the game has been delayed just by a little bit because the keeper wanted the helmet on for the spinner. So Ahmad Jai is back into the attack after Khalid went for plenty in his last over. Will be very interesting how Rashid will approach him. Well, welcomes him with a straight drive over the bowler's head, in between the fielders from mid long off and long on for a magnificent boundary. A great shot. Let's have a look at the replay. Outside the off, played it straight over his head, went like a rocket.
The safest place to play the shot, straight over the bowler head. The plan was clear from Ahmad Jai to just ball around that off-stump region. There's a compact outside off field being set in, but a good presence of mind there by Rashid.
It looks like Rashid's prepared to go after every single delivery. So 4 to start the proceedings. A dot ball, Rashid Khan on strike. You can expect some fireworks because he is not in the mood of slowing down. Reverse short sweep attempted, completely missed it. That was a quicker delivery from Ahmad Jai. Look at that, a beautiful view of the moon from here. Mulpani Cricket Stadium. Nice shot, played it very soft with the bottom hand coming into action just for a single. That brings Bashir Khan on strike, who is batting on 46, just a boundary shy of his half century. Just 19 runs required. We are in Nelson, 222. My friend Ayush is standing here in one leg because it's a Nelson.
Well, Nelson, all this considered, not as a good luck. Let's see what happens now, Kiran.
Well, nothing is going to stop Nepal from here on. Another easy single, so 223 runs. Now just 18 runs required. Bashir is just batting. Oh, he's batting on 40. So Rashid Khan on 47. Well, the tide has turned significantly. In the last few overs, just the 3 runs high of his first half century goes over the top. The ball's in the air, straight in the hands, and taken. Finally, the wicket perishes. Rashid Khan tried to go over the top, get that 15th style, happens to lose his wicket, but nevertheless, a very, very, very good innings for Nepal. He has actually helped Nepal to be in a very comfortable situation to snatch this game from Canada. So Bashir Ahmed, I beg your pardon, is still in there. Rashid Khan just went for that big shot, happened to lose. His calm wasn't timed as he would have liked, and at the end his wicket fell for 47. That brings the very dangerous Vivek Yadav into the crease. He'll be on non-strikers end. Bashir Ahmed will be facing Nikhil Datta, 10 shy of his half century. Nepal needs 18 runs to win. How is it gonna go from here?
Well, at the moment, I'm just thinking from the Canadian perspective, Kiran, they need to ball those dot deliveries or pick up a wicket from here. Because if they can pick up a wicket from here, they can bring that momentum towards themselves. And you can see Bashir Ahmed, the set man, is still in the crease. Vivek Yadav, the new man in. If Canada want to once again apply that pressure over the Nepal A side, the dot deliveries or the wicket from here would just take the game towards that last over. And I guess Canada would also want to plan it that way.
I don't think dot deliveries are going to help the cause, but because the required rate is not much, Nepal have still got 4 wickets in hand. They will go for the shot, so 1 or 2 dot deliveries is not going to make much difference. It's about the wickets. Canada needs to go for the kill and grab those wickets. So Vivek Yadav is finally in strike, will be facing Nikhil Datta. Nikhil has gone for plenty, though he has taken up a wicket. So it will be interesting to see how Vivek will approach him.
A bit of planning going on between the keeper, captain and the bowler, because they know they need to break this partner. Now they know they need to pick up a wicket from here to just bring that momentum towards themselves.
Yeah, and I'm very sure they are aware about how explosive batter is Vivek Yadav. So they will be very cautious about the line of their delivery. If it comes into his arc, doesn't matter if he's facing the first delivery, he will go for that big swing.
I guess Vivek would just try to hold on there, because Nepal would definitely not want to risk another wicket out there, and it would definitely be a test of the temperament of the new man in Vivek. Just playing down the ground. That's a good move to do there as well, because you got the set batsman in, the non-striker end. You just give maximum number of deliveries to the set batsman Bashir Ahmed.
So lots of changes in the field for Bashir. The fielder is coming in. Some of them are running towards the boundary. In the meantime, Nikhil Datta had just conceded 2 runs of his first 3 deliveries. Here he is. Bashir played it beautifully straight towards the hand of the fielder at the point. No runs. But they are taking their time. 16 needed of 20 deliveries. It's getting exciting, Ayush.
Absolutely, cricket is always called the game of uncertainties, and if Canada want to bring that momentum back towards themselves or take that game towards the last over, anything can happen. Both the side, they need to take a wicket from here.
The wicket of Bashir is the key factor from here on for Canada, because he's a set batter. He has batted beautifully. Drifted down the leg, waited long, finally raised his finger, and Nepal loses another wicket. Vivek Yadav is back to the pavilion.
Well, I was about to say, Kiran, not just a wicket of Bashir Ahmed at this point of time, because the game is going towards the closing end, and if they could just pick up a wicket of Vivek Yadav, also they would bring another batsman in, lower middle order, trying to be exposed there. That was a bit easy decision there for the umpire. Well, now this game is getting interesting. They would have that momentum within themselves, because they have now exposed the lower order of Nepal A. So now they could just apply that pressure, consistently apply that pressure over the new men. It's 15 required now in 18 deliveries. This game is getting interesting. 1 wicket from here, or a dot delivery, maximum number of dot deliveries in this over would bring that game and momentum towards Canadian side.
A great comeback from Canada, back-to-back wickets. Now the game is evenly poised again. How many times the tide has turned this way and that way, in balance. That's been the beauty of this game, particularly the second one here between Nepal A versus Canada 11. So Amajai Bashir is on strike. Easy pickings for him. He is playing really sensibly. like placing the ball in the gap has been really an easy job for Bashir.
Now what Canada could do is like they have got that leverage of giving 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But what you could do is just bring in 1 fielder, just go with the 4th fielder outside the 30-yard circle, stop those singles, make Sahab Alam play maximum number of the deliveries from here, apply that pressure with the dot deliveries, hold Basir Ahmed at another end of the wicket, because if they could just produce 5 back-to-back dot deliveries, then when Basir will come to bat in strike in the next over, he will feel that pressure of those 5 dot deliveries.
Yeah, and one tactics that I'm not understanding from Canadian perspective is they have left a lot of room for Shahab to play that single shot. It's not just about boundaries, it's about 1s and 2s. And I was just talking about that. Well, Sahab has made the mess out of his wicket. Inside airs, 1 bounce into the stumps. Off he goes. Now, anything can happen from here, Ayush.
Well, Sahab Alam, the left arm spinner, getting taste of his own medicine. Look at this delivery, beautiful delivery. But it was the luck that was not in Sahab favor this time. Hitting the bat and going to hit onto the stumps. Well, now this game is getting interesting. The importance of this wicket is, Kiran, you got a wicket and you got a dot deliveries now.
And we have got a new batter facing Joy. Reason Dakal is the new batter walking slowly in. Shahab Alam could only be sorry for himself that was outside the off. He could have left it alone, but dragged it down. Inside airs onto the stumps. Well, only asking for trouble. Bashir, on the other hand, is looking the drama unfold as Arjun was doing when the innings started for Nepal. So it's very important that whoever comes into the attack gives the strike to Bashir Ahmed, and then he can go about the business. Just 14 runs required from here on. 4 deliveries left for Reason Takal to face Ahmad Joy. Well, it is not going to be as easy as Nepal thought previously.
Look at this, Kiran. They just have got 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. This is a good move.
Oh, nicely done. I was very nicely done. Played it down the ground, and he has done one thing. He has done right is bring Bashir back into attack because he is the trump card for Nepal.
Well, now with Bashir coming in to strike, there's 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Using the maximum use of the power play. This time a full length delivery. A beautiful delivery. Completely missed the stumps. The keeper. The ball is running towards the boundary. A big cheer from the crowd.
Fortune favors the brave, as we all say, and that's what's happening. He has played sensibly. Inside it, just missed the stump by a whisker. Keeper had no chance whatsoever, and the ball rained towards the boundary. A much needed, doesn't matter how it comes. Nepal will take it gladly with both hands. Now just 9 runs required.
Look at that, just 4 byes given. How did that miss the stump? The bowler's reaction was that because it was so close to the stumps, the keeper missed it. 4 runs added now. Just 9 runs required. This time Bashi just going in the back foot. He knows that there's a gap there. Looking for 2.
He wants 2. And he gets it comfortably. There was a bit of fumble from the fielder. You can see the pressure is being applied on either side. But giving those 2 runs to Bashir will be a crime at this situation. So just 7 runs shy of the victory. Nepal coming back again with those 4 wise runs.
And absolutely, we are talking about the momentum. And when as a bowling unit, when you want to hold momentum, you cannot just afford to give extras in the byes. You got those 4 runs. The keeper should have been a bit nasty out there, because if that 4 byes would have been stopped, still Canada could have created that pressure coming into this over. Well, just 6 runs required now.
And Bashir Khan retains the strike. Bashir Ahmed, I beg your pardon, retains the strike. So just 1 big hit required for Nepal. They are comfortably back in the game. But you know what? A wicket here will change the whole scenario of the game. So this over is going to be very, very, very crucial. So Nikhil Datta will be the guy who has the responsibility of restricting Nepal from reaching that target. Just 6 runs needed of 2 overs.
Just hit away, but his Basir won't go for that big shot out there because Basir know the importance of him staying in the crease. If Nepal A just loses a wicket from here, the pressure would be on the Nepal A side. You could just rotate the strike, play it easily and get to that 6 runs. There's a bit of test of the nerves. The young man out there, Basir Ahmed.
The heartbeat must be racing for both batters and 11 players out there from Canada, along with the thousands of Nepalese fans who are watching the game very closely, even to our viewers who are watching from home.
Back-to-back dot deliveries. Now this is being crucial. Back-to-back dot deliveries. Basir needs to hold his nerve. He is just trying to go for that big shot to finish the game early. He needs to take some time. This time, brilliantly placed. There is no fielder out there, and the ball will reach to the boundary. 4 runs. That's 2 runs required to win. And with this, another 50 for Basir Ahmed. Back-to-back 50 for the Nepal A side. Well played, young man Basir Ahmed. A much-needed innings from this youngster at the moment.
What an innings! What a player! What a wonderful player! Playing under the circumstances where 6 runs were needed, wickets were falling from other side, smashing that ball into the gap for 4 runs at this moment. Well, you cannot get more mature than playing under the pressure under these circumstances. Nepal is just 2 runs shy of victory here in Mulpani Cricket Stadium against Canada 11.
Well, just 2 runs required. Basir out there had played a brilliant knock. A brilliant delivery this time, Nikhil Datta.
So just 2 runs required. The innings of Basir Ahmed will be remembered for a long time because he was tested, he was kept under pressure, but he held his nerves, played it with a cool temperament, running for that single run. The scores are level now. Nepal cannot lose from here. 240 runs on the board with just 1 run remaining for the victory and 1 ball remaining in this over. Can they do it in Nikhil's over?
Absolutely, just a run away Nepal from the victory. But what innings this has been from this youngster Basir Ahmed. He has held his nerves, the temperament were tested, the intent was tested for Basir Ahmed. The ballers were continuously applying that pressure. But the matured innings from this young man leading the side, the foundation that the partnership of Arjun Kumar and Sandeep Johra, after that Basir Ahmed came in, built that partnership, was taking the innings. Well, just a run away. Nepal require a run to register the first win for the Nepal A side. Well, a dot delivery. We are going on to the last over. Just a run away from the victory. Nepal A getting that victory, and in this tournament for leveling the series out there.
It's been a game of nerves so far, a perfectly entertaining one-dayer. That's why I love this game. That's what I love about the beauty of this game. You can never predict the future unless the final delivery is bold. Nepal at the start were struggling, then they looked really comfortable with that partnership of Arjun and Sandeep. Canada came back equally strongly, taking those 3 wickets. And then Basir and Rashid pushed the game away from Canada, but after the fall of Rashid and successive wickets, Canada came back. But this man, Basir Ahmed, had different plans in mind. The scores are labeled. Nepal is just a run shy from registering their first win in this tournament. That will make the finals very, very, very interesting. So here comes the final over. Nicholas Kittern has been given the ball, so he will be bowling and Basir Ahmed will be on strike. First delivery, placed it in the gap, diving effort. Basir runs for the run. Nepal wins the game. The first victory for Nepal A side against Canada 11, and they have registered the game very interesting for the finals.
Well, that's the win, ladies and gentlemen. History has been made today. Nepal A getting their first victory for the first time in history. The Nepal A side was created. This will be the day that we will remember for a long period of time. A remarkable victory that marks the beginning of a new era in Nepali cricket. Congratulations to this young side led by the skipper Sandeep Johra, the young players Arjun Kumar, Coach Gyanendra Malla, Kalam Ali out there. What a victory this has been. The test of the temperament, the test of the nerves. We have seen the momentum being shifted with both the side. Evenly poised game at the moment, and at the end it was the Nepal A side clinching a victory, leveling the series 1 each. We are going down to the last game, Kiran.
Let's have the look at the batting lineup from Canada. So pick up the batters where Shreyas Movab batted beautifully for his 68, equally well supported by Navneet Taliwal. In the beginning it was Aaron and Srimant who gave start for Nepal. Shahab Alam was the pick up the bowler. Shermallah took 2, Rashid Khan took 2, and Sagar Takal and Bashir Ahmed were able to grab 1 wicket each. Reason Takal went for plenty, but it was Nepalese batters who hold their nerves, batted sensibly, I must say. At times Nepal were able to build up that partnership which was required, and at the end they were the victorious. So that's the bowling card from Canada. Amar Khalid started magnificently, taking those 2 wickets, and it was the spinners Nikhil Datta side, Ahmad Jai, Harsh Thakur. They were all among the wickets, but it was a collective batting effort. Sandeep Johra, captain, leading from the front with that 66, but Bashir Ahmed towards the end, he was the man who held the nerves, who batted beautifully, sensibly, and absolutely gorgeous inning, equally well supported by Rashid Khan and Arjun Kumar. At the end, Nepal A defeated Canada 11. They played with big heart, Canada, by 2 wickets. So the final game of this series will be held here on Thursday, where these 2 titans will clash for the title. So I would expect a full house on that day. Remember the date, 10th of Fagun. So with this, let's have a look at the replays of Nepal's bowling, Canada's batting. They started very well. For the first power play, it was all over Canada, going for those big shots, hitting those boundaries, easy pickings. Rashid and Region were going all over the park. And the opening pair for Canada batted beautifully. Finally, it was the introduction of spinners that helped Nepal to get their first wicket. So it was Aaron Johnson who batted magnificently towards the beginning of the innings. Navneet played a very handy hand. Nicholas Keaton can do much. So a great comeback in different phases of the game from both sides. It was divided sessions between both 2 sides, and finally Nepal was victorious. So there were plenty of shots being smashed in between. The ball was flying in the air, dropping in no man's land. Sagar Takal there with the ball. Sweep shot attempted. Great game of cricket. Shahab Alam bowled beautifully, magnificently for his 3 wickets today, though he went for occasional boundaries. But looking at the scenario, it was spinners from both sides who did the trick for their country, especially for Nepal with those start, and then when they came into action, they were able to take the wickets. Sagar Takal, Sher Mullah, Shahab Alam, they all bowled with very big heart, very gutsy effort from Nepal, and at the end, what a magnificent victory it was from Nepalese batters. It will be remembered by the fans, by the crowd, by the players themselves. Us in the commentary box, we witnessed an absolute brilliant game of cricket. So we will be catching you live on the 10th of Fagun for the final game, where both teams are poised up beautifully for 1 each wins. So who will be taking the title of this tournament between Nepal A and Canada 11? That will be an interesting game. So we'll be starting at 9:30 in the morning here in Mulpani Cricket Stadium on Thursday. Till then, enjoy the highlights followed by presentation. For now, it's your commentator Kiran Batrai signing off for today. Have a great day. Jai Nepal.
Sandeep Jora. Well, what a day of cricket we had today. A brilliant game between Nepal A and Canada 11. Nepal winning the toss and inviting Canada to bat first. They posted a total of 240 for the loss of 10 wickets. And Shreyas Moba, what a brilliant run he had today. Scored that 68 runs while bowling Sahab Alam. Picked up 3 wickets. Rashid Khan and Sher Molla 2 wickets each coming down to chase. Nepal lost 2 early wickets for just 13 runs, but after that 104 runs. Partnership between the captain Sandeep Jora and Arjun Kumar led that foundation for the Nepalese win. We had a shift in the game, in the momentum. But before moving on to the presentation party, first of all I'd like to talk with the captain of Canada, Saad. Saad, the game was just shifting around the momentum. You were pretty much in the game when you got that early 2 wickets for just 13 runs, but after that the momentum shifted. A brilliant partnership between Arjun Kumar and Sandeep Jora at the middle. What was going on in the mind?
Yeah, actually, in the second inning, the wicket flattened a little, and there was like a strong breeze going at one end. So the idea was to keep bowling good balls and keep bowling dot balls and keep building pressure. And in the process, we were thinking that we'll get wickets. But the way the 2 batsmen in the middle batted and built up that inning, I think they took the momentum away from us and put pressure on us. And then at the end, they finished the game.
After you broke that partnership between Sandeep and Arjun Kumar, you picked up 3 important wickets out there, but still another small partnership in the middle once again shifted that momentum back towards the Nepalese side. Do you think the fielding was a bit of casual on the side on the today because they were just converting those singles into double and that added additional pressure to the bowling side?
Well, definitely that's an area of concern for us. I think we have spoken about it enough in the team meetings as well. I think we are a little bit of not a good fielding unit, and especially when it comes down to these close games, it's more than batting and bowling. It's about who fields better. I think we missed few half chances, and again we gave some misfieldings and we gave some twos where they could have been only 1 runs, and I think that cost it at the end.
Well, Nepal just had 1 left-handed batting option as in play as Basir Ahmed, and you came into ball. You continuously ball that 5 overs on a trot. Then Sahid was another bowler with the left arm spinning. Do you think that you coming into ball that continuous over at the end towards the game, your over could have been crucial if 1 or 2 overs were left in the game?
Yeah, but it was sort of like a gamble I had to take at that time. Even like the score was under 6 runs an over, so even if I had given somebody else an over and kept 1 or 2 over for myself, 1 or 2 bad overs could have like slipped the game, took the game away from us over there. So like I took the gamble and I just went and I finished my over. Was hoping that I'll pick up a wicket in the last over, but unfortunately couldn't happen. But like those are tough decisions you have to take, and those are like quick decisions that you have to take on field, and I thought like I could fancy bowling an extra over, and picking up a wicket didn't happen for me.
Well, a good day of cricket at the end. Hard luck and all the best for the last match coming up ahead.
Thank you.
Well, now I'd like to talk with the winning captain. The captain is having a smile in his face, Sandeep Jora. Sandeep, पहिला सुरु त नेपाल ए आज आफ्नो दोस्रो खेल खेलिरहेछ, क्याप्टेनिङ गर्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो र पहिलो जित नेपालको लागि एज अ हिस्टोरिक डे पनि मानिन्छ। त्यो जब पार्टनरशिप चलिरहेको थियो तपाईँ र अर्जुनको बिचमा, त्यतिखेर माइन्डमा र कन्भर्सेसन चाहिँ के भइरहेको थियो दुवै ब्याट्सम्यानको बिचमा?
हामीले प्लान गर्ने अनुसार नै चलिरहेको थियो हैन। हामीले जे प्लान बनाएको थियो कि हामीले विकेट सेभ गर्ने हैन, पछि हामीसँग ब्याट्सम्यानहरु थिए जसले लामो हिटेर फिनिस गर्न सक्छ भन्ने, र अर्जुनको जुन हिसाबको ब्याटिङ छ उसले एक साइडबाट एन्डबाट खेल्ने र मैले सायद अड बाउन्ड्रिजहरु चाहिँ खोज्ने थिएँ। त्यो प्लान अनुसार नै गइरहेको थियो अनि राम्रो नै भयो भनौँ न।
कस्तो लागिरहेछ पहिलो जित नेपालको जर्सीमा क्याप्टेन्सी गर्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो साइडको लागि हैन, कस्तो फिल गरिरहनु भएको छ?
एउटा प्रिभिलेज हो मेरो लागि हैन, अनि यो टिमलाई मैले क्याप्टेन्सी गर्नु हैन, अनि त्यसमा जित्नु हामीलाई जित चाहिएको पनि थियो, किनकि यो सिरिजमा जीवित रहनलाई हामीलाई जित चाहिएको थियो। अनि केटाहरूले चाहिँ हैन राम्रो खेले, बसिर, राशिद, अर्जुन सबै राम्रो गरे, खुसी छु भनौँ न जितको लागि।
जब तपाईको अर्जुनको अनि त्यसै किरणको विकेट गएको थियो, त्यसपछि जब जसरी इनिङ्स लिएर गयो बसिर र राशिदले, त्यो पार्टनरशिप एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट चलिरहेको छ। एकछिन डगआउटमा बसेर हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो पार्टनरशिप कतिको क्रुसियल थियो जस्तो लागेको थियो?
एकदम क्रुसियल थियो हैन। हामीलाई थाहा थियो कि दुईजना खेल्यो भने हामी म्याच जित्न सक्छौँ भनेर। हामी त्यो मेसेज पठाएको थियौँ एकछिन टाइम स्पेन्ड गर्न हैन, पिच बुझ्न, अनि हामीलाई थाहा थियो कि उनीको क्यापेबिलिटी के छ र उनले जे थियो त्यो अनुसार खेलेर जिताए, म्याच फिनिस गर्यो भनौँ न बासिरले।
बासिरले यो प्रतियोगिता भन्ने पहिलो गेममा पनि अर्धशतक बनाउनु भएको थियो, आज पनि अर्धशतक बनाउनु भएको छैन। एज ए टिम युनिट हेर्दाखेरि बासिरको यो पर्फर्मेन्सहरू चाहिँ कतिको क्रुसल देखिरहेको छ?
एकदम क्रुसल छ होइन, हामी एज अ टिम होइन, उसले ब्यालेन्स गरेर टिम भनौँ न, बोलिङमा पनि 3-4 ओभर, ब्याटिङमा पनि लास्टमा गएर फिनिस गरेर त्यो एकदम पोजिटिभ साइन हो उसको लागि र टिमको लागि। एकदम खुसी छौँ होइन हामी एज अ टिम, आज सबैसँग उसको लागि खुसी छौँ भनौँ न।
Congratulations and all the best for the upcoming match, Sandeep. Well, now it's time for the post-match presentation. First of all, let me introduce you to the presentation party today. The man who needs no introduction in Nepali cricket, the much-loved man, our former head coach, Mr. Pvt. Well, we have had a brilliant performance in this game, but at the end, it was Basir Ahmed for a brilliant display of all-round cricket. 5 overs, 27 runs, picked up that one important wicket and a crucial knock of 52 not out in 72 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 maximum. It goes to Basir Ahmed. थोरै एउटा दुईवटा प्रश्न सोध्नको लागि मात्रै रहेछ, छोटो एन्सर दिए पनि हुन्छ। एउटा सानो छ, कस्तो लागिरहेको छ आज नेपालीमा विन र ब्याक टु ब्याक दुईटा गेममा दुईटा हाफ सेन्चुरी आएको छ?
एकदम खुसी लागिरहेछ दाइ।
Congratulations, Basir. Well, that's it from the presentation party. We'll be back with another game. Thank you.